channel. We are on 66% of this challenge. The challenge that is driving me absolutely mental. I'm pretty happy with how it's going so far. We got past some brick walls yesterday. We've done 12 alien of the single races. We got stuck on the KTM one for like 3 hours. But yeah, I know we've done even more. We've done even more. Powering through. So hopefully we can get through some more today. Got some porridge. And yeah, I see the despair, the misery and the insanity continues. There we go, my stream deck's now working. But welcome everyone that's watching this as a video. You've probably already gone. See who's going to be first in here to the live stream. A bit of a banana porridge warm up. Hello Rob. How you doing? I'm not sure how many of these will get done today. Hello, Sir Opie. Oh, thanks for subscribing, Jawa. Welcome. I'm alright. Didn't sleep too well, but we're alright. Alright, there we go. Porridge consumed. Right, what we got here? Lamborghini at Zandvoort. Let's hope this isn't too hard. Alien and go. Got a coffee too. There you go. Can't go wrong with a cup of tea. First tea of the day. It's a sim racing hand warm up. Oh, I don't know if we need to do any setup stuff with this. Probably not. What? Was the map flashing? Oh, did I turn my wheel on? Oh, I did. It's just force feedback low. Oh, let's do that again. Am I going insane? Yeah, a little bit. No, I don't mind it actually. I'm used to doing repetitive stuff and going mental. It's just normal. It's been quite fun trying the different cars out in AC. Get out of here.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Unlucky Vader.
Get a bucket of tea bags.
Thank you very much. Tier 1 sub. It's not even a fake sub from Prime. That's real money, sub money. Thank you very much. Really appreciate the support. What's the hardest achievement so far? The crossbow drift challenge was ridiculous. I mean that was hard because it was making me really motion sick. Some of the hot laps, the Velolunga hot lap in the Supra or something was really hard. That took like 8 hours. Ah, okay. The SLS, what was that? Which one was that? Hello, Frosty Bird. Hope you're alright. Hope your neighbours aren't banging around too much, and if they are, I hope you slap them with a flannel. But I hope you're well, man. Or as well as can be. Hope you've got a stroop waffle. If I lived in Holland, I'd have street waffles every day. This car's alright actually. Proper vintage style handling. I probably need to... we could probably do the setup on this. We need to make it a bit tighter. New furniture, nice. Did you... oh shit. Right, hang on, I've got to change the setup on this. Did you look at getting some 3M ear protectors? Because I'm not kidding, that's what I do. Because I have noisy neighbours, and so I sleep with 3M ear protectors, and then I put Bluetooth headphones in them. I've got better neighbours than I had. So for like 2 years, I had absolutely mental neighbours. Like this woman would scream, you could hear down the street. And she would just scream every single day. It was actually making me go a bit mental. It was so annoying. Every morning, 7 AM till 8 PM at night, would be woman screaming at children. It was making me a bit mental. So now I'd wear 3M ear protectors. Last like week's been pretty quiet though, so I don't know what's happened with. They moved out. Some other people moved in. But like I think other people, the next door moves, they cycle people really quickly. You got sensitive ears. Well, you know, I have sensitive ears as well. So this is the thing. I can't wear earplugs, like the ones you put in your ears, because it causes me to get eczema in my ears. And I can't wear sound isolating headphones because it causes pressure on my ears, which causes issues. But these the 3M protectors, they rest on your head really lightly. The plastic thing that is on them doesn't irritate your skin, and they block out sound really nicely. So they're the best option I've ever found. I think I'm a little bit weirdly sensitive to certain noises. Like I really like silence. Like I get stressed with just noise. They're only like £15 as well. Frosty Yeah, I get weirdly. I don't know. Maybe I'm secretly autistic or something. I like nothing beats absolute silence. Like yeah, like I just swim in the sea and stuff. In the past, you almost burned down your house. Yeah, it happens. You know, what's a little house fire now and again. Ah, there's no suspension options. Oh, I'm screwed. Shit. We're in trouble. Tire pressures are very high. Let's turn the tire pressures down here. What was the caster set? It's someone. There's a in AC. It's too high, but I don't even know what too high means. I don't even know what too high means. Fire department had to break into that, but well, were the firemen sexy? Sexy firemen and firewomen. That's what you want. I've never seen a sexy firewoman. There should be more. A woman with a hose. It's the dream. Who doesn't want a woman with a hose? Woman with a hose. I mean, if you're into that, I genuinely, whatever people are into is cool. I don't mind. It is funny though. They can play with your hose. Oh dear. It's too early for this stupid innuendo talk. Ah, cheers everyone. Tea's so good. That Belgian policewoman at Spa, in my Spa video, She was very nice. Women in uniforms. Oh, jeez. I should wear a uniform. I could be a woman in uniform. The dream. Right. What am I doing here? That was a whole thing when I was growing up, was the whole sexy fireman thing, like women going after fire, like being obsessed with firemen. It was like on 90s TV all the time. I wouldn't have thought a fireman would be... I mean, obviously like a strong guy in a uniform, right? But I would have thought... As I'm a boring, really boring, like, straight male. Like, I'm as boring... I'm as boring as could be. Like, I'm really boring. And if I try and put myself in the mind of, like, a female... That's like, a fireman wouldn't do it. Like, a doctor, I could see... Like a good-looking, muscular doctor, or a policeman or something. Fireman for some reason I can't even put my mind in that. But then again, as a straight male, firewoman, yeah. So I think firewomen should be more of a thing. I've been lifted by a strong woman. She can't be too burly though. burly firewoman. Yeah, oh, here we go. Did you guys in the UK, was that just a UK thing, the whole fireman thing? It was a constant joke on TV. I'm alright off the bye, I'm a little bit tired, I didn't sleep too well last night. But we're alright. A little bit dizzy, but... It's really nice weather today. Probably should just go outside, but we got events to do. This is going to be really hard. Oh my god. Oh, I can't believe this. It's going to be so hard, guys. What was the toast? The cast... Oh, let's just change it. Let's just put the camber. Make it more positive. Go play Farming Simulator. Okay. Good. Enjoy. Yeah. With too. What do you mean by too high? This is the problem, because it's positive and negative. It's well confusing. Anything where you have something that's a positive and negative relative to something else absolutely cooks my brain, because everything is relative. So everything... I think this is a dyslexic thing. The way, like, dyslexics, or just me, you like to have a defined, specific, contextual understanding for each thing. So this is why, for dyslexics, language, writing and stuff is so hard, or even numbers and things often, is because they don't mean the same thing all the time. Like, one does not mean one all the time, if that makes sense. Like, you would have a 1 in a 2012, so that's a different number. Same with letters, they don't mean the same thing all the time. Whereas like a photograph of a tree or an image of a tree is an image of that tree, and it has its own internal specific meaning. So when you have something that means something relative to something else only in a specific context, it doesn't... In reality, everything has its own individual... Everything's related to everything else, but everything has its own individual contextual meaning that's visually defined. I think that's how dyslexics operate. So anything that's deep, like, can be separated from that. Anything that's like an abstraction from a specific thing, or can mean a different thing in a different context, even though it's the same thing, because it doesn't work. I'm going to make my force feedback a little bit faster because it makes these cars easier to drive. Cheating muscle. Ah, nice one. Hope your garden's not too big. I've not seen much talk on this about dyslexics though. The thing I just said about I think that's like one of the cruxes of dyslexic understanding. This is why I think historically dyslexics tend to be good at like physical things or sports or like mechanics, like actually doing stuff, because when you do something in reality, it all actually operates in a contextual space where each thing makes sense and is unique, but you can still see how it's interrelated to other stuff. Where schooling is all done through like copy stuff off a board generally, or like abstraction. Hello, Gin It to Win It. How's it going, man? Our dyslexics are just better. Let's not beat around the bush. More sexy, more witty, just better. Let's not, you know. They have to rely on others more? No, it's because they're just better. How dare you? I don't rely on others at all to donate and support my live stream to make my pointless life possible. Do everything by myself, I'll have you know. Yeah, I don't use my H pattern because my I've got to not use my left arm that much. To use a H pattern, I have to hold the wheel with my left arm, so then I have to push and pull with it, which is not good.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Oh, thank you, Lawrence, idiot Lawrence. I didn't know. Oh, was you in chat? I didn't even know. Look, this is how bad I am at YouTube and live streaming. I replied to Lawrence as if I didn't know him. Oh, as if it was just like a random message, but no. It was Lawrence. It was the potato. Guys, check out Lotus Desoa if you haven't. Desoswa, sorry. Have you seen that video with the guy throwing the stone on the street in Ireland, and then the woman behind the camera's going, "It's a rocket! It's a rocket!" You should. I want to clip that. It's a rocket! They're throwing a stone on a road. It's like some weird Irish thing. I don't know. Is that rocket? Sim racing. It's just tennis elbow. Hello, Spitfire. We need to. This is gonna be really hard. I need an aero boy setup for this car. I mean, I don't know about caster setting here with this. Let's try 0.5. Christ, this is going to be well difficult. I can already tell. I was hoping to have some nice easy ones today. Road bowling. Yeah, that's normal. I mean, say what you want about the Irish, but what on earth is road bowling? Road bowling? It's like, why? I mean, maybe it's really fun. Maybe I just need to open my mind to different forms of bowling. There's so many jokes I want to make, but I can't. Because there's too many sensitive idiots on the internet that will infer that you're like a racist when you're actually not. And it's... I hate people. I hate people. That's the message for this stream. I hate people. Basically, I just hate people. All people. Everyone. I just hate everyone. But most of all, I hate Lawrence. Just so you all know. Start that on record. Like... humour police, in general. Like... I hate them so much because... the thing is, the irony is that humour police often think that they are the righteous. They think that they are the... they think that they're like left-leaning. They think that they are... they actually think they're being accommodating and nice. They don't realise that they're being fascist. So it was really... this is why it really annoys me, because the irony... you know, I don't mind someone that's wrong. That's fine. I'm sure I'm wrong all the time. What's really stupid is when someone is not just wrong, but they're ironically wrong and completely unaware. Hitler wasn't a socialist. Hitler was a national socialist. It's not the same thing at all. And he was fascist. Well, yeah, but to be fair, people should judge things. So that's fine. Like with anything, people should always judge everything. They should be critical about everything, whether the jokes or not. That's fine. It's the Machiavellian component of stuff, isn't it? That's what I have a problem with. Because that's the root of like a lot of evil is through Machiavellian manipulation. Is like where a lot of evil can occur. Because most people are actually nice. Even people doing evil things are actually often very nice people, and they're not doing it expressly on purpose. And by using Machiavellian tactics, you can get people that are otherwise nice to do evil things. That's like religion in a lot of ways. A lot of people that are religious are really, really nice people, but the sort of dogmatic components of religion and organised religion take advantage of lack of critical thinking and fallacies that people don't identify as a way to manipulate people into doing things they wouldn't otherwise do. So that's the real evil. It's not really the people themselves. They're just trying to do what they think's right with the information that their brain is operating on. So this is why I hate Lawrence so much. If you've ever... unfortunately, I spent quite a bit of time around Lawrence in Holland in January. And to be honest, I've never been disgusted by someone so much. Not just like the way they are, their attitude, the face. Just... do you know what I mean? Their whole being. They're just vile. You know what I mean? You know, if you were to like... you know that feeling of deep disgust when you're unblocking a toilet? That is what I felt every time I was in Lawrence's presence. You know when you've like accidentally fallen off a bicycle as a child and you've landed on your balls and it really hurts in your stomach? That's the feeling. Just thinking about Lawrence now. It just, do you know what I mean? It's a guttural, visceral response. It's like a reaction to being poisoned with something. He's that bad of a person. Oh dear. I'm not winning. We need some setup hacks here. I need some caster or something. I don't know. My tyres are overheating, so we can run lower pressure. The top cars are not just pulling away massively though, so right. We need to lower the tyre pressure. Now, guys, go and follow Lawrence. He can't help how he is. He was just born that way, you know. Oh yeah, high pressure does reduce heating. You're right. Yeah, I'm going the wrong way. I'm not sure. Was that pressure? Was it? Oh, I don't even know. Will a gifted sub? No, the sponsors is just from like donations. I mean, you can gift a sub if you want to, but I mean, I could just put you on there as an honorary sponsor, so you don't have to do anything. There you go. Oh, you nearly got 1K Twitch followers. Awesome. That's cool. I mean, it's a shame for sim racing, you know. It's a bit of an indictment for the mental capacity of your average sim racer viewer, but you know. How many followers do you need? Shang Wenzhou. Are you Chinese? That's an awesome name. Also, have you been forced to write that in like Western character? What's it called? What's like Roman numerals? What are letters called? Like Latin letters. I really need to learn some Chinese. Not a lot, just like I need to learn a bit of Chinese. Yeah, I don't think they will do ranked multiplayer. I think they'll probably do some like Live for Speed integration. Kunos are not really big into not big into doing ranked stuff as a company. Well, what's it called? It's like Chinese written in. It's like pinyin or something. Randomly, I was on a bus once with the marketing director from Fitbit, which was random. She was showing me her phone. She was also flirting with me a lot, which was really weird. I was just jet lagged, ow, and confused. She was nice though. I think she was probably lying. she probably was just like I don't know. It was really weird. It was such a strange situation. I was on a tour bus, like doing a tour in America. It's really weird when you travel, like people that you end up sitting next to. Like I was on a flight, I can't remember where I was going. I was on a flight somewhere. And obviously, like short flights, you end up with people that, because the whole flight is just economy, right? So you end up with people that would otherwise be like flying business, but they're on the economy because it's just the 1 hour connecting flight. And I had one flight, and the two guys sat next to me were talking to each other, and they were like plain dealers for people that they sell the aircraft to, like, you know, like they sell 747, 787, you know, like the planes that plane companies use. They're just casually chatting about that, like the planes they were selling and the deals they're doing. It's just really random. You're just like, oh, just sell me a plane. And then weirdly, I was on this one flight, guys, and I was on this one flight, and there's this like, oh no, 35 months. He's here now, proper name. Thank you very much.
Blessed be, and lo, the Lawrence has blessed us on the 4th day of the 6th night of the 7th month.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I was on this plane to Germany, and there was this weird Irish guy on the plane. Really strange Irish guy. He just kept saying potato. I didn't really understand why. I thought it might have been a hijacker that was planning on throwing potatoes at the pilots or something. But yeah, just weird. It's just strange, the type of people that you see on planes. Thank you very much for being a member. Appreciate it. Sheng Wenzu. Which sim is second popular ranked multiplayer? Probably ACC. iRacing and ACC are probably the most popular online. iRacing, ACC. Then it'd be like LMU's quite popular online. Oh, Lawrence, you idiot! Well, I'm going to put Lawrence on there. Why you say what, Lawrence? He's so out of control. Let's add him on the list. There we go. Thank you very much. LAURE. 3,
2, 1, go!
I like potatoes. Potatoes are my favorite.
Like how she says that with a German accent. Okay, apparently the S's are numbers. There you go. It's messed up, the S's. Oh no. Oh, I don't know what's going on there. Right, we're keeping that. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Like, you're an event sponsor now. Terrible. I don't want his name on there. To be honest, you've ruined everything now. Now I have to look at your name. For the next God knows how long, I have to see your name on that list. Has anyone got a good setup for this? Because I'm dying here. Alex, hello. Guys, go and follow Lawrence if you haven't. How many followers do you need to get to 1,000? You should do shorts. There you go. That's how you get followers. Haven't you already got like 40, 50,000 subs on YouTube? Coming through. Okay, I deserve that. I deserve that. I take that on the chin. That was my fault. AI was fully within its rights to pump me there. Just like powered through. Oh, I missed the start. I'm so tired, guy. I didn't sleep well. My brain is absolutely fudged today. $19K on YouTube. Nice. Well, go and follow Lawrence on YouTube, guys. Oh, I keep missing the start. What's wrong with me? She did a travel short. Yeah, but did your sister, like... I mean, was she wearing clothes? I heard a rumour that the less clothes you wear, the more successful you are in YouTube Shorts and Instagram. So I'm going to try it out. I'm sure it'll go down well. That's why, if you've tuned into Lawrence recently, you wonder why is he topless? Because he knows the meta. Oh. Thanks for pit manoeuvring me. You peaked at 130 subs. You just need to do video. YouTube is all about videos. That's how you build a social profile, is videos and posts. And post stuff that's like information. Either you have to be sexy, which most sim racers can't really do, or you have to like just post like really vapid common information about sims and motorsport, like the most boring obvious shit. Just post that non-stop, like what is oversteer, what is understeer, what does brake bias do? Just do that. So if you can do that as a hottie, like a hot guy, hot girl, sorted, even better. I'm gonna hire a supermodel to explain, and I'm gonna get him to explain oversteer. Genius. Because nobody's ever used sexy people to sell things before. I just came up with it all myself. Oh my goodness, we don't blip the throttle, we're gonna go rotatey. Lawrence likes different shafts. Like Tom Scott, to be fair to Tom Scott, what Tom Scott did is he basically copied the BBC sort of 1970s to 90s BBC format of presenting stuff, and then just keeps it to the point of like interesting things, which is fine. He's really good at presenting as well, and he's really good at like talking clearly. So to be fair to him, he did a good job. Niels can also be too informative and sexy. No, Neil, you just got a sexy accent. That's it, and proper Dutch accent. Did you guys know that Niels' pedals are in the new Fallout Amazon series? Did you know that, guys? That was because Niels snuck into the set and replaced the rudder pedals with Hussenveld sprints. I told you, he's everywhere. They were like, Niels, you're not welcome on the set here because we all like air fryers. We know your views on air fryers, and quite frankly, they're not acceptable. But Niels was like, you got me. But just before he left, he put some Hussenveld pedals and then ran away. That's Hussenveld for you. What's funny is I use the Hussenveld pedals for rudder pedals. They work all right. Like obviously they don't go to the centre. You could set them up as rudder pedals. I said this to SimuCube with their active pedals. I was like, why don't you guys link them in software so that the left pedal can push the right pedal, vice versa, and they would be absolutely perfect as rudder pedals. Like the movement would still be not exactly the same because they would pivot, but actually some flight sim. Some aircraft, the pedals pivot and they push a rod anyway, so it's the pedals don't need to be like this, right? And Hanny was like, we're focusing on driving sims, which is fair enough. But like, I think, because I brought this up with Red Eye. He's got Red Eye Warrior. He's another streamer you should follow. He's super chill, nice guy. He's got one active pedal. And I agree with him that for sim racing, you only really need one, unless you were a sim center or something. But like if you're a normal person, one active pedal would be really great. But for someone like him, Red Eye, he's like me, he plays flight sims and driving sims on a simulator. If Accuforce did that in the software, he probably would buy a second pedal, because then you'd be able to do the flight sim thing perfectly. And also, weirdly, real aircraft rudder pedals feel like quite hydraulic, but feel like load cell with a lot of hydraulic behind them. So yeah, I just, it's surprising. you know, so there's a lot of, it's hard to do hardware and software, so I get why it's not their priority, but they could probably make even more money. You have active pedal PTSD. Why is that? I think for most sim racers, the active pedal stuff's totally pointless. To be honest, I think it makes sense for people that like to go from like Euro Truck Sim to race cars to vintage, and you know they like that driving experience. You want the pedal to reflect the type of vehicle drastically. But if you're a sort of competitive iRace or whatever, the type of people that normally spend a lot of money on sim equipment, you're really better off with just one pedal that's always the same. Active. Yeah, Joe Rogan copied my rig. That's what I think about it. I spent bloody years coming up with this configuration. Joe Rogan didn't copy it, the company that sold him the rig. I spent years coming up with the ultimate joystick on the right, HOTAS on the left, wheel in the middle, pedals set up, the whole positioning, everything, the whole position of it. It took me a long time of dicking around, adding stuff to this sim rig, moving it around, attaching stuff, to come up with like what would be for a sim rig that's like really good for flight and driving sim. I did this like 6 years ago. and then you have like a company going, oh yes guys, we came up with this. Like and the irony is Red Eye Warrior's rig is even better than mine. Red Eye Warrior's like rig is the best sim rig in all of sim racing for flight, driving, comfort. It's incredible. He doesn't get any credit for it. To be fair, Viking, the HOTAS Warthog is pretty good, but yeah, you probably think to use Virpil or something, but you know. Anyway. Thanks, Silent Yuki. I mean, you know, it's not really what I find funny. Like at the end of the day, sticking together T-slot, it's not really crazy, is it? It's just like sticking stuff together. But what's funny is the companies that market. When you get a company that basically they've not actually done anything themselves. So like, yeah, I like Visaro get a lot of stick, right? But they build their steel tubing themselves. They like shape it. They came up with a design that looks its own visual design. You might not like the rig. It might not be perfect or whatever. But Visaro have come up with their own stuff, right? They do use other people's like pedals and steering wheels that everyone would. But right, so at least they've done their own thing, right? And they actually build it into their own rig, right? There's other companies though that literally they're not like, so even SimLab, which is T-slot, they have come up with their own T-slot design and everything. So they've thought about it. They've worked out what the best sort of T-slot is for rigidity or cost and everything, and then all the best spoke plates and everything. So they've come up with it all, right? So again, awesome. You get these companies now that just buy off-the-shelf T-slot stuff, and then all the other components are just off-the-shelf stuff, and then but they act as if they invented as if they built the sim. Like they act as if the software is theirs, like AC, iRace, and whatever. They act as if the wheels and everything is theirs. They pretend that they've basically done much more than they have. So someone that came into buying one of these rigs from some of these companies, they would just see, oh, it's a simulator by this company, because the person coming into it doesn't know about sim racing at all. So from their perspective, it's like, wow, look what this company's offering. All this, they've got all this advanced technology. Look what, and it's so dumb, and it works because you can sell something. Like, it's fair enough if you're. It's really hard to do. Physical business is very difficult, so you need to. Knowing what the right sim stuff is, having the support infrastructure, having the quantities, being able to deliver on it, costs a lot of money. So it's fair enough for those companies to sell all the equipment and then bundle it together and have it as a good working product that's a turnkey solution, and to add like even like a couple of grand or whatever but they add like 40-50% like insane markup that's not even vaguely in the ballpark of what's actually reasonable whatsoever, like well beyond what is very profitable, all because of the meme that surrounds simulators. Like a cultural meme allows businesses to exploit that meme to people that don't know better, to profiteer off the ignorance, basically. But, yeah. It's people make money, so... I just describe capitalism, yeah, pretty much. Make money at whatever way. Like, don't purposefully be honest. Although, weirdly, I think there are gaps where it does in the long term. I think it does actually pay to be honest. And it can come back to bite people, but then I guess they go to another business. So it's not always the case, is it? But... Oh, my Jesus Christ. I think I would just feel, if I worked in one of those companies, if it was my business, like let's say if I know something, I would just feel like a dick. Like I would want to be able to rip people off that much, but I don't know if I would be able to. Like I think I'm. It's not because I want to be nice. I just think I would feel sick. not out of choice. I would really like to just rip people off. Like, ethically, I just want to rip them off. I wouldn't care. But I do, like, subconsciously care, which is really annoying. Like, imagine being able to just not care at all. Ah, throw your waste on the floor. It doesn't matter. Not my problem. Rip them off. You can make so much money if you just don't care. If you just operate purely from a profit perspective... You can make so much money. Ow! Bloody hell. Yeah, I mean, you see, like, this is one of the things early on when I was doing games development stuff, some of the stuff that was going on with studios sub-licensing, the ripping off that was occurring with sub-licensed projects, and the impact that would actually have on people's lives, like almost driving people to suicide and like causing huge issues. But then there'd be people in larger businesses going, "Oh well, business." You're like, "Yeah, you almost killed someone. Business." Oh dear. Exactly, Lawrence. But you know you're getting nothing of value, so it's that's the beauty. As long as you know, see I think that's the great thing. You can still have stupid businesses operate, as long as it's the lying part of it's the problem. Like that's the difference, isn't it? Like you know on this channel you're not going to get anything worthwhile. You'll just see like a bold git ruin their life. So I guess that's entertaining because you can go, well, that's not me doing that. Oh look, we're watching a man go insane in real time. You know what you're getting. So I need to start. I'm going to start like a business that just rips everyone off entirely. I'm going to call it Game of Muscle Videos. Oh, you! I'm telling you, Stefano programmed this AI to try and kill me. Oh, chat's filling up with potatoes. Oh no! Hello, potato crew. This is a really nice car, but it's very hard to drive quickly against AI. I think we need to... We really need to get up there. It's only 5 laps. I might need to do Niels' pedal hack with this car. People are gullible. I haven't noticed anybody being gullible in recent times. Yeah. So then what happens is your average, well, not your average, but like people will. There's some people of the philosophy that go. It's a sort of ultra libertarianism, or I don't know what you describe it as, but basically the philosophy is it's up to individuals to educate themselves to not be gullible, and the fact that they got exploited is that individual's fault. I don't know. So that's that kind of sort of Amrandian ultra-libertarianism as a way, but it's a convenient excuse for someone that's like wanting to justify doing something unethical. If you can just go, well, you know, it's their responsibility. It's like, but you know they don't know. So your cult, if you know something that someone else doesn't know and you don't tell them, you are in a position of power. You are manipulating them. So actually, it ties into that like toxic masculinity thing as well, where like you could like totally manipulate a woman who, or a partner, doesn't have to be a woman, like just toxic behaviour. You can just manipulate someone by presenting one thing, gaslighting them, being ultra narcissistic, and then exerting financial control over them, and then you conveniently go, oh well, you know, it's their responsibility to know better. It's like, well, how can they know better?
The pace car is out of control.
But it's weird that then you have the whole thing where people go, so it's there's a whole group, philosophically, there's a whole group of people that basically deny the societal component, or externality component of how much that affects life. They think of everything as being self-responsibility. It's that sort of the Ayn Randian full libertarianism. But people don't apply that same logic to like nobody applies that logic to children. Like if you have a child, you're like, well, the child doesn't know. So as a parent, and this would be even like really far right-wing libertarians, they would still be like, oh, a child I have, they're vulnerable to all these things, so I have to imbue the knowledge onto my children. So they're capable of doing it in that context, so why would they not apply the same logic to people that aren't their children, who don't know stuff? Like, there's no difference between a child that doesn't know something and an adult that doesn't know something. So I think it's purely an excuse for someone to not feel guilty for doing something they know is wrong. There you go. Senna doesn't exist. Look, Niels, they're just going to think you're some mental motorsports fan. Senna doesn't exist. Dyslexia strikes. I've got Niels. He's contracted dyslexia. A strange Dutch man that sells pedals has been spotted around primary school shouting, "Senna doesn't exist." Police have been looking for a man that's believed to be called Neil's housing vote. Senna doesn't exist! Oh dear. That's so stupid.
Out of control.
Damn it! Senna doesn't exist! He never existed. It's a lie by Big Formula 1. Yeah, he's Senna denier. Christ, I'm a lap time denier. We need a setup, guys, and there's nothing we can do with this car. Right, what is the caster and camber settings? Prost promoted the number one. He's committed to supporting Prost all these years. He's just that. He never got over it. Senna versus Prost. Senna who? Camber extravagant. Right, what do we do? Negative or positive or neutral? Or is it front and rear camber? Like, what am I doing? The toe's at 40%. There is a thing in AC where you're a lot slower from camber. Less negative camber. So you mean like positive camber? So you still have some negative camber. Less negative. Less negative. Be less negative. So you mean more positive? Yeah, don't be positive though. Just less negative. Right, so I'm putting less negative on the rear. But what about toe? Hang on, I've just noticed that the camber on the bottom here is at the bottom and toes at the top, and then toes at the bottom here and toes at... Like, that's... Kunos design. What about toe? Why has this car got such mental toe? God, because this car is really unstable. Doesn't toe slow the car down a lot? Oh my god, look how much toe option this car has. I mean, I don't know. It could be very small, but the numbers are big. Let's put it on 0. It could just be like, quarter millimeters. Just very fine adjustment. Let's put it on 0. See what happens. With the caster setting, or not caster, the toe or whatever, the camber and toe set, whatever they were, gained us like a second and a half in the KTM. That's how much it was affecting lap time. Because it really affects the contact patch and grip. It also really makes it easy to lock up as well if the contact patch is smaller. In oh, you arse in AC. We'll get there eventually. Exactly. Oh, I missed the start of the race. Peak Sim Racing is twiddling around with arbitrary setting changes. Doesn't get better. To be fair, Peak Sim Racing is building a sim rig, making a PC work, dealing with Windows updates, then spending hours dialing in force feedback and the arbitrary game settings, then getting equipment to work with games, then getting a VR headset to work properly. The driving is not really the point of it. It's like fishing. It's not the catching fish isn't really the point of fishing, is it? Like, fishing is just a way to get away from people. It's a way to be acceptably antisocial. That's also why cricket was invented. Like, why do they think the cricket pitch is so big? It's so that the guys in the middle can be like, oh, I can't hear anyone. Yeah, the thing is that in AC it seems that braking in particular is massively affected by toe and caster settings. I mean, maybe it is in real life as well, but I don't know. This is a weird thing with sim races as well, is that it's particularly fanboys of various simulators. They have complete faith that their sim is reflecting what would be the correct thing in real life. Like, and maybe because they haven't played enough sims or they don't realise it's all totally arbitrary. But I don't know why someone would have inherent trust of like a video game like that. Either way. Oh, they're bloody gone. Oh, this is... Hang on, is this the Ford? No, Lamborghini. Someone was saying there's a Ford level in this. This is almost impossible. Ah, dear God. So the AI slow through the windy bits of the track, but they're really fast on the end of the track. I've noticed in AC as well, I think you actually lose a lot of time from being on the power with slip, where I don't necessarily think you would lose as much time. Like, I could be totally wrong. I mean, obviously, if you're skidding, it's going to be harder for the car to put grip down. But there's certain scenarios where I feel like you probably I don't think you'd lose as much time as you do in reality as you do in AC, which is ironic because AC is kind of known as being like super forgiving for sliding, but in terms of lap time, it really isn't. Like, you just don't crash. That's the thing. Oh, no, I don't know if we're gonna be able to do this one. This. I mean, at least this isn't a bad car. It's hard to drive, but it's quite a nice car to drive. Yeah, the AI is really good down the straight. Yeah, no, I'm not saying that sliding would be fast. I mean, obviously, if the tyre is actually biting into the road surface and not spinning, it's going to be putting the power into the forward momentum. But there's times in AC where you're very, very, very minimally sliding and you lose so much time. Like, the power just really doesn't go down at all. So for example, I would imagine in real life, if you've gone into a corner slightly too hot so that you're understeering into the corner, so that the slide is actually, you're continuing the momentum. Even though you're over the limit of the tyre, you're continuing the momentum that was there before. So that negates the fact that you can't put the extra power down. If that makes sense. I just imagine in real life it's probably not a universal rule to the extent that it is in AC. I don't know. Maybe it is. I mean, to be fair, driving these cars to the degree of precision that you do in AC, maybe we're actually doing really good lap times. Not now, but like when I feel like I'm losing lots of time, maybe I'm actually not losing that much time, and we're actually doing pretty good lap times. Yeah, I think the behaviour's right. I'm just nitpicking. Just saying it feels... I think it's probably one of the best of all the Sims for it. But... just saying intuitively, I feel like it's maybe slightly... I found like if you, as long as you blip, like you do lose time on the upshift, but the downshifting is not too bad because you just downshift slightly prematurely and engine brake harder, and then as long as you blip the throttle, the time that you gain through upshifting faster.
The pace car is out of control.
Problem I have is I can't really use my left hand on the wheel on its own without turning the force wheel back really low. Thanks for following. Ow. Yeah, this is gonna be super hard. I'm struggling to get into 5th here. Maybe we could do the race start in... I don't know about tyre pressures with this car either. No, if you don't blip on the downshift, you don't want more rotation. No, we have to do it in 1st gear. No, we're doing all these on Alien. Outclass, we're, well, 66%. Straight to 4th. This is so hard. Honestly, I think completing AC is one of the hardest games I've ever played. For good or bad. Because of all the different cars, the fact that you also probably need to understand car setup, or know people that do, and understand AC's quirks of setup. It's actually insane. Like, think of another video game that's as hard as this. I learnt most of my skills from Matt Malone. I'm pretty good at Tetris. Yeah, this is a little bit faster. What does this second number down on Race Essentials mean? Is that tyre pressure? Or like temperature? See, I've only been playing this game for a few hundred hours, 1,000 hours. So my big driving habit that's really bad that I have in driving sims that costs me a lot of time is I slow down too much. I trail brake too long. Like I don't lean on the front tyres through the corners enough. Anytime a car is a somewhat understeery car, it like throws me for a loop. I need oversteer at all times. This car's a really good car. I mean, I hate it. I absolutely hate this car. I hate how it drives, but it's a very good car. It's like, I have to admit, it's a very good simulated car, but I hate this kind of handling. Here we go. We're in there, guys. First time. Right, now we've got to actually do the laps. It's a nice looking car. Don't Lamborghinis have a reputation for just breaking down constantly? Don't you dare pump me off. It looks nice as well. Like, this is from an era where cars actually looked decent. I bet if you crash this, you're dead straight. Look at the dash as well, though. Like, all the like upholstery on it. It's really nice. Yeah, if you crash this car, you're so dead. I bet you a 30 mile an hour crash with this would be broken everything. Yeah, what happened to dashes on cars looking shit? Like, they genuinely look awful in most modern cars. Yeah, well, the reason we're doing well, Lawrence, is because what I did is I was like, oh, that Lawrence guy really angers me, so I focused all my anger into forward momentum. So all the energy, all the energy that was, all the hate energy has been converted into forward momentum, and look what it's done. It's more powerful than nitrous oxide. There we go, we're good now. It was all about the tyre pressures. I think that maybe the tyres were overheating before as well. It's handmade. Well, I think everything should be handmade. You end up appreciating it. If I don't find like fingernails and blood in my luxury consumer products, what's the point of buying them? That's why I always buy yachts that are handmade. I like, as a billionaire, I only get enjoyment out of other people's suffering. Like once you've passed like £300 million, you really struggle to like enjoy things, because you're like, oh well, how can I push things further forwards? And the only way you can push things forwards is by like making other people suffer more, which makes you better off. The economy of pleasure, basically. So since they got rid of like gladiatorial fights and all that kind of stuff, it's been really hard to get pleasure out of these, like, you know, we've got these like green initiatives and, you know, working wage and stuff, you know. Whereas back in the day, you could just, you know, you could be like, you go on the street and you can find a child to clean your chimney, and you don't even need your chimney doesn't even need cleaning, but you're like, oh, I can hear a child coughing, and oh, they're stuck in the chimney, lol, haha, you know, and that's what's missing. That's why I'm passionately voting Tory in the next election. They're the only party in the UK that I think will bring back deregulating. I say small government allows chimney sweeping, so let's go for it. Tory scum. Oh, I'm so glad we have this one done. Bloody hell, I need a cup of tea. I find if you light a fire when the child's stuck in the chimney, it motivates them to clean the chimney faster. It's a good tip, that. Should make a YouTube short. Yeah, it's got serious. We're using awesome Sebelt gloves that Sebelt gave me. I would never promote products that are given to me by companies. You should check out the Sebelt sim rigs, guys. Sebelt really, their rigs are actually really quite nice. Absolute shill master. These gloves are actually really good. To be fair, I don't think they're cheap, but they're good quality. I'm sure there's other options. You can probably get bicycle gloves. Shit. Nailed it. Don't worry, guys. I was cleaning the marbles off the tyres. That's an advanced technique. You know, really good vintage drivers know about that. Some of you watching might be thinking, oh, he's really not in control of the vehicle. Everything you see in my driving is intentional. And if it looks like a crash, it's probably because you just don't understand the level that I'm operating on. This engine has a lot of torque in second gear, and you don't want to risk spinning up. In first gear, it spins it up, so you're better off just staying in higher gears. Sausages suck in the air fryer? I've never cooked a sausage. Maybe you just overcooked them. Sausages should cook all right in an air fryer. Just put it on a lower. You just put the air fryer on a lower temperature. Or wrap your sausages in bacon. Happy days. Not for the pig, but for the person eating them. Yes, another one done. It was a little bit tricky, but get in there. And another alien achievement. Beautiful. Thank you, guys. Thank you. That event was sponsored by Lawrence de Soswa. Go and follow him if you haven't. It was all about the tyre pressures. Oh, we're back to Vallelunga in the Toyota. Oh, shit. I've got... I don't like Vallelunga. Kunos has ruined this track for me. Oh, here we go. GG. Is the what? I'll go for it. I trust him. That's all I need. So we're moving the camber to closer to 0. The thing is, so many people do like setup changes and they don't have a app, they really don't know what they're doing at all, and they were so slow in the first place that the setup didn't really make any difference. But then they will share that setup with people, and then that gets established as like, oh, that's a good setup, but they're also far off the pace. Like, unless you're like within, like, let's say you've got an absolute crap setup, you should probably still be within, with most cars, within 2.5 seconds of pace with the most garbage of setups, and then you should be able to lap every single lap within a tenth. Unless you can do that, you shouldn't be doing setups, I don't think. You know, there's so many people that can't even lap. Like, I'm not knocking it, I was like this for a long time. They can't lap. Like, they couldn't do 5 laps in a row that are exactly the same lap time. And if you can't do that, then you're not at a point where... You might as well have a setup that's faster if someone knows what they're doing with setup, but you're not at a point where you can make setups yourself properly. I thought it was a Ford car. It's like a... Hang on. Alfa Romeo make a Ford car. Oh, wow, we got speed here. What's this Alfa Romeo Ford car? Oh no, hang on, it's a Giulietta. But why does it look like a Ford car from behind? Ford car. Have I ever 100%ed any other game? Oh shit, they're faster there. I'm not sure. I don't think so. Oh, we need to turn TC off. Oh no, how come they're so slow at the start? Why is my car so slow now? What's going on here? Is it in my tyres overheating or something? What? Everyone should be allowed to post setup. Eh? I didn't say people shouldn't be allowed to post setup. The point I'm making is people make setups that are absolutely shit, but they're not good enough to know that their setup is shit. So, and then what happens is other people that don't know a setup is shit start circulating it because they placeboed themselves into going, oh, it's a good setup. It's exactly the same with like force feedback settings on wheels. There's like, if you look at like with these sim experiences, like one of the worst for this, there's like memes of what's good force feedback, right? And then those memes, like over dampened whatever, get established as good force feedback between groups of people. And then it just becomes like a weird arbitrary popularity contest on what is better or worst, completely devoid of any objective framework. So you could say this is a with force feedback. You'd be like, this force feedback gets the most information out of the sim in terms of, you know, it might be overactive or whatever, but like it's a low dampening. It has a specific objective. Basically, you could do that. So you could have a very dampened force feedback setting, or something that works well for strong or weak or whatever. But yeah, there's a lot of anything where you got lots of variables. You end up with like these weird meme things occurring that get established as if it's like a given when really it's not. And then you get the trick, you get the Chinese whisper thing as well.
I am the champion of the
Nico
ninjas.
ACC, thank you very much. So what often happens with driving sims, with car setups,
Okay, let's go.
there ends up being like a meta setup due to a exploit or something. So like with the Super Formula Lights, there's a weird front wing setting you can do that gets you mental pace. but then often the developer fixes that or changes it, so that meta disappears. But it takes like 2 to 6 months for that meme meta setup to percolate through the general user base of the simulator. So 3-4 months later, you then have a meme like people go, oh yeah, no, it's that wing setting, that's the right thing to do. But it's no longer, it's changed, so it's no longer applies. But there's like a lag between all these things occurring and then the average person understanding them that doesn't really, that's just sort of hearing the information through Chinese whispers. It's the same thing happened with ACC and like some of the tire pressure stuff and some of the bopping stuff. Like there are like legit issues with certain cars in ACC, and there has been issues with bopping and things, but there is also completely, people see one car wins an endurance race or wins one thing, and then shitloads of people just start using that car, even though it might not actually objectively be a better car. It just ended up being the car that won. There could have been another car that was just as good. Like one of the best examples of that sort of thing was when I can't remember what video game it was, but they replaced the sound of the machine gun. They made the sound louder, and then shitloads of people were like, oh, this is the most powerful gun in the game, it's way more powerful since the update. They didn't change the gun code, they just made the volume louder. It was a different shooting sound, and people associated that with being more powerful, and then it became like a Chinese whisper thing of, oh, this is a better gun. And some people will have played better with it because they feel like, oh, it's more powerful, and so they might, so you end up with the old placebo thing. You see so much of that in sim race. I said the more variables there are, the more common that kind of thing occurs. That's why you get all these like stuff like homeopathy, because medicine has billions of variables. So it's always got space for like a numpty that doesn't know any better to be like, oh yeah, that worked. It's like, well, do you know it worked? No, but it made me feel better. You're meant to gatekeep all the intricacies. Yeah, you're meant to pretend that Sims are absolutely perfect. There's no flaws in them. It's a completely... well, no, so the weird thing is, right, in sim racing, you have like the alien sim racers that are absolutely matter of fact about what shit about a sim, what works, what doesn't, the exploits, right? And they don't hold like Sims in this sort of holy grail regard, because their job depends on them maximising what is physically possible for lap time and performance in a race. So you have these like alien guys that have no respect for the sim, because they shouldn't, because it costs them money if they do. They're not the problem. It's like the tier below the sort of alien tier of people that sort of are wannabe aliens, but they're also like role player type people that are really like deluded into Sims being actual real life in many ways. So there's like a group of, I think I would say there's a defined group of players that are quite skilled, but they fit into that more that role-playing thing, or they've got a lot of experience, and they seem to be, I think, much more susceptible to not realising the issues with a various sim or game of their choice. You see it in Counter-Strike. It's not just a sim thing, but the more complex a game is, the more you see this. And there's different like layers of this. Let's try and send it. Well, what is funny in iRacing with setups is... Let's try this a second. When I was doing Super Formula Light in the open races, you could literally tell which setup people were running. If they were using VRS, Craig's Setup Shop, or I can't remember, there's another one. I need to do it first. You could actually see from how the car was driving which fixed setup it was. It's so stupid. Well, no ACC for you, Jet Red. I'm so screwed with this car. I'm so bad at driving road cars. Why is it always Velolunga where we have mental AI? Well, it makes sense to pay for... In iRacing, it totally makes sense to pay for setups because you cannot be competitive without them. In the open setup races, there's no point taking part. So... and the amount of time of, like, really boring trial and erroring to find out what the meta setup is just really boring. But yeah, they should be included in the sim. Like, iRacing should pay someone as a full-time job to make those setups. You shouldn't have to pay for them. That's what's stupid. But it's a whole industry. So it's making some people a lot of money. Like, a lot. You'd be surprised. Like, I'm talking hundreds of thousands a year. Like, I mean, that's not a lot of money compared to some businesses, but yeah. It's really funny. Like, coaching and setups in sim racing, you're talking like hundreds of thousands a year of money to be made that people are making. All because of a developer, a shortcoming of a developer. Pretty funny, really. But in fairness, though, to people like, to services like VRS and stuff, they actually do really good track guides. So, like, the setup stuff they do is not... I mean, people probably pay for the setups, so it's probably the money maker, but in credit to VRS, they actually do... They're like, track guides and telemetry and stuff is actually really well done, so... I'm not knocking all of them, but hang on, is this car front wheel drive or something? Like, what? Why is P1 so far away? Oh my god. Go from like a vintage car to this. No. This car's so weirdly sloppy. Absolutely stabbing the brake here. Am I catching him? What's the gap? 5.3 seconds. Christ. Four points. Oh, we are catching him, I think. I'm absolutely ragging this car to try and get more pace out of it. We're slow down the straight. Yeah. He's like, look at that, 5.1. I think he's like 0.3 faster down the straight, maybe. Yeah, 2. Oh, it might be alright. There's no way we're catching him. Dear. better off with no TC. Put tow on the minimum. I think we need everyone to get out and push. That's the problem here. Oh, curbing. Oh, I really don't know how we're supposed to do this. It's way too far ahead. What do the bottom numbers on Race Essentials mean? Oh, hang on. Should we turn the... Ah, I was adjusting the camber, not the toe. Because it's in the wrong place on the screen. Bloody... The camber is at the top on the bottom. And at the bottom at the... Yeah. Okay, right. Hang on, what do we want the camber to be at 0? And the toe to be at what? 0 as well, I guess. The career mode. No, well, I might do it as well, but it's not in terms of the... I don't think you get any achievements for it. Well, it might be bad through corners, but it depends. No iRacing. We quit iRacing. Now, we might do some iRacing in the future. We are completing AC single player. Because once I complete this, Kunos are releasing Ace. Oh, thanks for the mid-corner bump draft. Oh, 3.4 second gap. Oh, you absolute git. Right, we need a rocket launcher. It's all about setup. Right, it's all set up. No, you won't make a mistake. We're like... well, tire pressure only if it's overheating. I don't think it is. We could... Normally it's about 20 in this. Or if it's not, you know it is. Hello, Flat Rich. Fella Lunga's killing me every time we end up here. He's just too fast. He's already, after one lap, he's 4 seconds ahead. My car doesn't have a straight line speed. Look, I'm in this draft. They're just pulling away. No way you can close 6 seconds in in bloody 3 laps. I mean, we're not even close to gaining on him. Right, he's like 2/10 a lap faster than us. I don't know what we can do. The setup seems fine. I can brake later and then brake using the ABS, but I don't know how we can do a faster launch. We basically need to get into like second place and then drive into the back of him. I think that's going to be it. Come on. He's already gone. Do sponsors get a refund? No. They get to mock me relentlessly. So it's great value for money. I mean, at this rate, I'm just going to go kayaking. I don't think the shifting's making any difference. I don't. The car's just not fast enough. Like, the car's just physically not fast enough. Even if I brake really late, which is where you could possibly beat him on braking, because where the AI is normally slow, the straights are so long. You go max negative camber. What? Right, everyone's saying like complete opposite stuff. Why were you going max negative camber? How does that make it faster? Right, okay. I mean, who knows? No, 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 look. Everyone's saying opposite, so we'll just do whatever. Here we go. We have to drive into the back of P1. I'm being pit maneuvered by this guy.
Okay, let's go.
He's already gone. Look, 1.9. 2. It's three bloody tenths faster down the straight. Oh no, we're catching back up. Okay. No, he's not the same car. I've got a sat nav. He's got a A to Z map. A to B or whatever it's called. I mean, he just has ludicrous pace compared to my car. He's already 2 seconds ahead. We have to get closer at the start. He's slowish. He's slow through here, but then the straights, like we're faster through the corners, but he just gets all the pace through the straights. okay. We can't catch up with him. We have to do it in the first lap. No, the car's just bogging down. Oh. Grassed. Oh, I love Vallelonga. It's such a good track. Oh my god, like there's a brick wall of alpha brick wall. I mean, bloody hell. Strike! I didn't see anything. I think we did that. We stayed on the track. It's pretty good. Nah, it's normal overtake. It was great timing. Well done. The marshals want a word with you after the race. But I got my medal, so I don't care. No, well, the other BMW hopefully isn't cheating. Here comes Hell in a Cell, triple suplexed. Just squeeze past him and knock him off the road. Come on, here we go. Some people were saying that when the single player was done in this, it was on the tyre model before they you know when they update the tyre model, and that's why some of the challenges are like absolutely ridiculous. Like, that's probably why the crossbow is so ridiculous to drift as well. Whereas when they probably did the challenge, when they designed it, the crossbow probably could slide around a bit more. Maybe it had, maybe the rear had less grip or something. I don't know. This is ridiculous. Nice goes between gears. Kill him too. D 1.7. Oh, that's well good through there. Balloons all over the screen. I don't know if I can take him out from this far back. It's quite hard to line it up this far back. Oh, this is going to be well hard to get. It's going to be right on the right. Ah! I missed! I missed! I was too far to the right. Oh no! Damn it! I missed it. It's close. Bloody hell. Oh, I'm so bad. Oh, we nailed it the first time. Oh. They're doing it to me. This is war. This is war against the AI. This is war against the AI, guys. There's no fair racing in this. Oh, he's blocking the attack. What if I use him as a missile? Ah, oh, he missed. He missed.
Okay, let's go.
Right, maybe we could knock the AI into the other AI and bowl them out. Oh, that would have been so good. Almost got it. Oh, here we go. Oh, we didn't hit anyone. Didn't hit anyone. Oh, no. What are they doing? GM's car addle. Right, here we go. Oh, I've turned it a bit too early. Or have I? Oh! It's close. Oh, it's close. Oh, shit. It's so hard to line that up just right. Ah. Right, that's held the white car back. Ah! Take that, bitch! Go, 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 there's the white car. Ow. Ow. Go. There we go. This is actually how you play the single player. I don't think you can, like, we tried. There's not much setup on this car. I think even if I was lapping 2 seconds a lap faster, I don't think you could do it. Yeah, but the black BMW is already 5 seconds ahead of you on the first lap. You can't possibly... There's no way that I can be faster in the first 2 laps. Like, I'm already overtaking the old bloody grid. Five seconds, 10 seconds faster. Oh shit. I know. I'm trying not to cheat at this as much as possible. Like there are things you can do, like starting the pit lane or block everyone and then they go to the pits. So you know, I'm trying to do this as fair as possible. This is the only one we've had to murder someone, so I'm pretty happy with that so far. We keep the murders down. It's the murder speed run. Hello, JK. No. Overall, we've only done one murder to win. It's pretty good. We're a little bit tired. Didn't sleep much last night. We're all right. Oh, it's happening this time, guys. He went off the road. He went off the road. No, I don't know. I just didn't sleep well last night. I don't know why. Squeeze. There we go. Finally. We get to win this one fair and square without that cheating BMW. Assing.
Okay, let's go.
Put the beats. Ah! Ramming me. No, I didn't touch the BMW. Cheese win. It wasn't a full cheese. It was like a good quality cheese. Like, I think the thing is, you can cheese win in ways that are not, you know, like American cheese. But that was like a proper French cheese, so I think it's all right. No, well, it was like a camembert, like a really good quality, like maybe a brie or something.
Okay, let's go. Blue cheese win, yeah.
supposed to cheese. You're supposed to cheese. The French always cheese. You're supposed to cheese. It's a cheese sandwich. You're supposed to cheese. Oh, a cheese sandwich would be nice. Le France. Bonjour. Have we got any French people watching? Salut. Bonjour, bienvenue à le fromage de voiture. C'est bon? Bonjour. Bonjour. Ah, no! No! I'll be cheesed back! Oh, right. Hang on. Hang on, we got this. Take that! Bitch! And we're back in front. Just a little... Oh, he's in a 90s DTM car. He should have been able to deal with that. Bloody hell. I went full cheese board. I cheddared him. There we go. I'm glad to be done with this one. Absolute cheese minstrel. Beautiful. I think we're on one cheese. The cheese counter. We should put a cheese on the screen for every time we cheese the single player. We should put a cheese on the screen. We'll put a cheese. We'll have one cheese. That's pretty standard race win, that. Masterful driving. Yes! Totally fair. Gold Michael Schumacher style cheese driving. I need to get a drink. We need a coffee or something here. Oh, emotional cheese. Right. Beautiful. Thank you, guys. It was good. It was good cheesing. That was the Lance Armstrong victory. No, now we got a Nissan at the Nordschleife. One lap, though. How does this work? Oh, I need to get a drink. We'll get a coffee. Thanks, everyone, for watching. I really appreciate all the like button clicks. Really appreciate all the viewers that keep coming back for more misery. Coyote Racing, guys. Go and give him a follow if you haven't.
Coyote Racing. Ging, 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 ging.
Let's have an update here. We are 67% completativo. Beautiful. Coyote, we were talking earlier about firemen. Would you say firemen can be sexy? This is the great debate. Yes. Okay. Well, there we go. See, there you go. That's your answer. He likes a fireman. Could be in two places at once, and they've got a big fire hose. The dream. They can be handsome. Oh dear. We know where Coyote spends his weekends. He's just sat outside the local fire station with binoculars in his fursuit. He's just there just outside. He climbs the fire tower. He's setting fires to catch firemen, and then he traps them in his basement. He sellotapes them to his fruit machine. It's a well-known tactic. Go and follow Corey, guys, if you haven't. Looking for hot single firemen in his area. Stupid. Oh dear, right. Let's get a coffee, guys. Beautiful, beautiful progress has been made here. I take great shame in being a gay racing driver. Why? This is one thing I don't get. There must be more gay race drivers. Like on the Formula One grid, statistically, there must be like gay drivers, but they've not. They've not come out. Not that they need to come out. Not that it doesn't matter either way. But you would have thought it's weird that Formula One isn't more gay. Do you know what I mean? Like it should be. It's a very gay sport, so it should be like more gay. There should be like, but it should be more out with it. It's weird that they're not. That it's not. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's just a bit strange. Is Kevin Magnussen gay? I don't know. My gaydar's terrible. F1's the gayest motorsport. I think it'd be amazing if you had like a super flamboyantly camp gay F1 driver that was like a Max Verstappen talent, but they were like super over the top camp. Because there's probably there will be loads of like people in motorsport that are like traditional, you know, just like homophobic, and then having having like a really campy, flamboyant gay guy beating all the manly men. Oh, it'd be amazing. It'd be so good. It's just like, oh, I've got another victory. Pink everything like as camp gay as possible. Oh, it'd be so good. Or even if they were like really like big butch gay guy, like proper, you know, what's that like Nintendo Wii game? Oh, it'd be so like it just to wind people up. It'd be amazing. Like a proper bear, yeah. like a Joe proper bear, like really big guy. Oh dear. Like, Formula 1 is just weirdly, like, dull, isn't it? Why would it get cancelled? But get cancelled for saying that motorsport should be more, like, diverse. It's the opposite. You don't, well, I don't know. People can cancel you for anything, can't they? So it's corporate. That's what it is, yeah. It's just so corporate. There you go. The canceller's being cancelled. I live on a cancel estate. Oh dear, right. Yeah, if you like a VR chat and just like sort of guys hanging out sort of thing, Corey does a lot of that. You like furry stuff as well, if you're into that. Oh. You'd rather be picked on skill than orientation. What degree though? Like, I mean, if you're like 80 degrees or 50 degrees. That's a terrible pun. Right. There we go. Get a cup of tea out. Cup of tea and the progress continues. I think it's improving in football though, isn't it? I think it's improving slowly. It's a shame that it's still a thing, you know. like it's absurd. It should just, you know, it shouldn't even be a thing. Right, why, like, I don't know why it's an issue for people. I do. I think there's just loads of guys that are like super insecure because of they're insecure with their sexuality because of cultural indoctrination of what men are supposed to be like, especially in the West. I think like men are like, for some reason, they're just like, well, first of all, they care if they like men or women, which is mental. It's like, who gives a shit? Just like, if you like someone, you like them, but it doesn't matter. But then, why, if you were straight, would you be so like, oh no, that's gay? It's like, well, clearly you are either a closet gay yourself and projecting, or you're like got an issue where you can't accept yourself. It's weird. It's got. I think maybe it's to do with like that whole male sort of toxic masculinity of men not being able to talk about how they feel, or them feeling like, or them having to socially conform to the idea of what a man should be, in a sense. And so they're brought up with that. So anything that goes outside of that framework then induces an anxiety of them feeling like they don't fit into what they should feel that they fit into. I think there's a large part of homophobia that's built into that. Because like, even if you go to some countries like India and Africa and stuff, like guys will hold hands and things, or just generally be more touchy-feely, and it's not even sexual. It's just like, you know, like how women in the West, a lot of them would just be more touchy-feely. Like personally, I'm not a touchy-feely person, but some people might be, and it doesn't mean anything. It's just whatever. So. Oh yeah, like in France, everyone just kisses each other on the cheek and things. It's just normal. It's not by default sexual. So I think there's also that Christian element in the West where everything is like, for the prudeness of Christianity basically frames everything as some kind of like sexual perversion or deviance or motivation. Oh no, woman's breastfeeding, sexual. Oh, man's kissed a man on the cheek, sexual. Oh, well, man's kissed a woman on the cheek, sexual. Oh, man's looked at some ankles, sexual. It's like, it's insane. Yeah, it's a whole, like, a weird toxic manipulation that comes from, like, a whole bunch of weird, like, stupid stuff. The chair's talking, it's the pigeon. Oh, dear. I'm getting my coffee. Yeah, right. Back in a minute.
Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go.
Go! How's everyone doing?
Okay, let's go.
By the way, as a reminder, guys, if you want to sponsor this debauchery, any donation within like 5 in your currency, you get your name on the list and then the government knows who you are. Thanks to people being members. What else? Thanks for linking your Prime and subscribing for free on Twitch, and yeah, there we go. I really sold that. Thanks for clicking the like button on YouTube. Oh wow, I'm so good at what I do. Yeah. What else? What else can you do? You can flag all of Corey's videos for just do it. Buy air fryers, yeah. The air fryer dream. One day we'll be sponsored by Ninja air fryers. Ninja cookware. It's weird that it's called cookware because you don't wear it, do you? Right, Oh, I've just put a frying pan on my head. Just peeling an orange here. Got some, put some potato wedges in the air fryer with some piri piri sauce on them. Bloody difficult to peel this orange. There we go. How's it just one lap with the Nissan GTR? Also one opponent. How does this work? Oh dear, this is going to be terrible, isn't it? At least it's just a one lap race. This should be fine. It'll be fine. We got this. Oh, my computer's saying very high pollen. That pollen's been smoking too much and it's very high. Alright, here we go. Bloody hell, this car's a tank. Why is it so heavy? And we're gone. Oh, this should be a nice, easy one. That's the line. Why this car weighs so much? Did you have my line through that corner? This car's terrible. We're going to restart. This car's so heavy, you have to slow down so much. Oh, bloody hell. Car needs everything taken out of it. It's like driving a sofa around the Nordschleife. Oh, why is it so? The AI's breaking in weird places as well. Ah, dear. Take that, bitch. Right. Just have to brake. Why do companies build really heavy cars? Kimra Kyle, thanks for following, welcome. KMR Kyle. We're not cheesing this one. No fromage on this one. Just pure driving.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the Normalism.
Normal.
So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1. Or
Don't play this clip.
It's really good.
Don't play that sound clip to ACC fans. Oh dear. Probably breaks their reality, that. How could the world's most accomplished driver not like ACC if it's such a good sim? How is that possible? But Dave Perel said he likes ACC, and all these other drivers do. What can you think now? Oh no, reality has collapsed. Oh dear. Sim racing, guys. Sim racing. Yeah. Back in my day, nothing beats a proper IBM. What those IBM laptops? You know, they were really good. They've ruined those Lenovo, the ThinkPads. Lenovo's ruined them. I bought one a few years back. I ended up just returning it. It was just crap. Yeah, Skywill, but you see what you've done there? You've just made a non-comment as well. You've just said nothing. They are all games is a non-statement. Everyone knows they're all games, but that's exactly the same as saying all politicians are the same. So, you know, terrible reasoning there. You've also conflated two separate things as well. Just to point out your flawed argument. Zundong! Should we do a Game of Muscle YouTuber short series? Terrible sim racing arguments. Those are great for shorts, because I really want to be making YouTube shorts, because I feel that YouTube shorts are a really good way of... I feel like shorts and Instagram stories and things are really good. I totally think they're a net benefit for society. I'm passionate about shorts. Oh, you know, when people in businesses say we're passionate about this, we're really passionate about our new product. Oh my god! If anyone in a company says we're excited or we're passionate. It's like, oh, well, if you're having to say it, you're not. I mean, there might be, but because it's said by every company now, it's like the default thing when they're doing marketing conventions. We're passionate. We're passionate about fish at Bob West Fishmongers. We're really excited about this new thing we're making. Not the money that it's going to make. You're actually doing it entirely for the thing. We're very passionate about £1 fish. We're a family business. That's why we employ 500 people. We believe in teamwork in our business. Oh dear. What was it? Work hard, play hard. How about work a comfortable amount of work that generates a reasonable amount of profit, but is sustainable and doesn't cause mental health issues and allows people to still have some free time and pay wages fairly to employees. How about that? Is that a weird concept? It's madness. How many days holiday do you normally get in a UK business? Like France, I think they get like 5 weeks or something. Can we still get like 24 days plus bank holidays? 26. It should be better. Like the thing is, the difficulty is if you are trying to start a new business, it is really, really hard with staff. Like it's incredibly hard. So like, you have to like. For small companies, it is very difficult. But it's when you have giant corporations taking the piss. I think that's a big problem. I have a lot of sympathy for people trying to make small businesses work because it's so hard. But by the time something's got like 1,000+ employees, it's like I don't think there's excuses. It's a whole different beast. Look at that, beautiful. Already on the... Yeah, we AC Evo's coming out when I 100% this. So that's why we're doing it. Kunos said... Marco specifically contacted me and he said... do you want me to play the recording? I've got it all recorded. He said... Game of Muscle! You will complete the Assetto Corsa. You will... when the game will come out... you are such a stupid idiot. You son of the beach, Game of Muscle. All you do is complain about the ACC force feedback. You are such a dumb, bald British man. You are so stupid. Mamma mia. But if you complete 100% Assetto Corsa, we will bring out a new game. And if you don't like it, well, tough shit. That's what he said. That was the recording. That was the recording. So, hopefully... I think it'll be good. 8 bank holidays. As an Italian man, I'm so offended. Italian women weren't offended though. Right, here we go. My mythical race. My mythical race. I was like, what does that mean? Alpha... bloody hell. 5 laps. Oh, Christ. Minimum is 28 days. Yeah, how many holidays do French get? The French are the best. Like, the French are not pushovers. So they have better worker rights. If you're in charge in France, You just, anytime you've upset people, they just wheel out the guillotine, and then people are like, oh, okay. How many holidays do French get? 11 public holidays. Oh. Ow. The legal minimum vacation entitlement for full-time employees is 5 weeks per year. 25 working days. 30 calendar days. For a standard 5-day work week. French labour laws often provide for extra days off for certain occasions, such as RTT. Reduction de temps de travail. Reduction of work time. Which are days of granted to compassionate for overtime or to reduce the working week to 35 hours. Overall, French employees generally... They have like 2-hour dinner breaks as well. Dinner break. France. How long? Okay, how many hours for dinner do French people have at work typically? Yeah, 1 or 2 hours for most employees. Can you imagine that in the UK? Can you imagine getting 2 hours for dinner? Like, in the UK, it'd be like 30 minutes would be the norm. Maximum. Probably like 15 minutes if lucky. Normally eat a sandwich at a desk. But it's how it should be. Right. The thing is, I am pretty sure if you make... We were saying this before in another stream. If you add it... Not all industries, obviously. It wouldn't work for everything. But if you add it that people could only work for 4 hours a day, and that was it. It was like absolutely illegal to work more than 4 hours. Not as a business owner or, you know, there's other scenarios. But like as a bog standard general employee, you can only work for 4 hours. I would wager that efficiency would go up massively. And also I'd wager it would have an economic stimulus effect because people would then do other things. People would have more time for like... Right, if you only had to work for 4 hours a day and you're like, well, you really are expected to basically do the same amount of work in those 4 hours, which isn't unfeasible, then... You then wouldn't need to do like all the rando childcare stuff to the same extent, all these other things. That's the Game of Muscle, country of Game of Muscle, 4-hour work day for employees. And then also, it would mean that shops could only do 4-hour shifts, and so, and like McDonald's and things, so you'd have more lower employment opportunities for people that want to have a job to get on the work ladder, but also for it to not be too bad. Like when I worked at McDonald's, I think the longest shift we'd do was like 7 or 8 hour shifts, but like you'd have short shifts and they were like awesome. And like any job that you could do, like if you know your job is like 4 hours is the maximum that you will do, really shit jobs can actually be tolerable, which otherwise just wouldn't be tolerable. I think I don't know if it's been trialled. I mean, you'd have to do it on an industry by industry basis. You'd have to be like analysing everything. Have 4-hour work days been trialled? Yeah, I mean, I don't... Not that that's... Yeah, the 4-day work week can work as well, but then... Yeah, I just think there's a lot of stuff, isn't there? The work week thing makes a huge difference. If you're like, so a weekend only being 2 days is really bad, because the first, if it's 3 days, it feels as if it's like 4 days, because you have like that 2 days that are days where you're not waking up to not, you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying? So like Friday, if you have, how do you actually explain this? Like the difference between 2 days versus 3 days, in terms of like, so basically the Friday at work, you're probably knackered from the work week. And so Friday, let's say you do stuff Friday night, but you'll be super knackered. So Saturday then is a day of recovery, and so you're not really doing anything. And then Sunday is like, kind of got to get shit done that needs to be done that's not work stuff. And then Sunday evening is stress about going to work again for people that have jobs they don't enjoy. Whereas if you have 3 days off, Thursday is like, go out, celebrate the end of the week, whatever you do. Assuming people have money, which they don't in the UK. Or, whatever, stay up late. Whatever. Friday is the day of rest, like meditation, relaxation, whatever, proper day of rest. And then you have a day for everything else that needs doing, and it makes a huge, incredible difference to you've effectively got a whole day that you could then invest in yourself, like study, doing stuff with your kids, health. Like it's an unfathomable increase in what freedom. Just that one day is not the equivalent of one day. I think that's the thing. It's not a literal 1 day benefit. It's basically like the equivalent of 2 days. But yeah, you can't have that, can you? Right. So I was reading something about. It was about servants. I don't know. I like Downton Abbey. That's what I live in. So I always look at stuff like this. But basically, most people now would look at servants and they would go, that's shit. Like, really, you've got some posh people that inherited wealth, living in a large house, that are just from a class system. That's why they're in charge of the house. It's not because they've got meritocracy there. But there might be some degrees of meritocracy to it. They might be doing some benefit or whatever. But generally speaking, it's just nepotism. So, but people would go, servants, it's pretty bad, isn't it? Why are these people in servitude, living in worse conditions, doing harder work, like all this stuff? You would go, that's shit. But then back in the day, they would have gone, well, they've got to make a living, they've got to do work, and they're paid. They're not slaves, they're paid. And so back in the day, it would have just been, that's normal, they're just hard-working people, they're nice people, they're doing the work, they're working hard, they're earning the living, good for them. And basically, it's not really that much of a step away from someone that's in servitude to minimum wage jobs or being forced to do any form of labour that they otherwise wouldn't want to do. And yet, culturally, for the most part, it's effectively through manipulation of removing the building and the pretentious clothing and stuff, we've managed to maintain a system where the bulk of people are servants to a minority of hyper-wealthy, nepotistic group of people. Like that, it's the same system, it's just better hidden. Like, but it's exactly the same. Well, it's not exactly the same. Like, quality of life might have improved, but that's mostly due to like technology over time and World War II, and then people fighting to the death for basic worker rights. But within the framing of wealth availability, it's actually worse. Like, in the past, 100 years ago, 200 years ago, the wealth availability was lower. So actually, the servants were closer in standard of living and quality of life to the hyper elite. Whereas now, considering the amount of wealth, technology and everything is available, the gap, we are worse than servants. Most people are massively worse off than servants, but they've been tricked through consumerism and technology and gadgets and things, and the nature of the economy. And I can't do anything about it, so I just thought I'd put that out there for everyone to enjoy. There you go. It's all working fine. It's all fine. Imagine tuning into the BBC and the BBC going, today we're going to be having a discussion on whether or not wealth inequality has gone too far. BBC News. The Houses of Parliament are discussing new legalisation to address the chronic wealth inequality found in society that has led to the death of hundreds of thousands of people in the United Kingdom. Can you imagine? Today on BBC, the general population has decided that they are tired of the shit of the ultra wealthy and rich and have now demanded that they have basic health care. Oh no. There's no problems, it's all fine, close your eyes. Imagine turning on the news and it goes, that's the intro, by the way. All news in the UK legally starts with that sound. It's like a doorbell. It's how you know it's the news. You wouldn't know otherwise. You turn it on and they're like, the British government has decided that it is not evil anymore, and as a result will be building affordable housing so people can live comfortably. These houses will have good sound insulation, mixer taps and basic facilities that you'd expect in the 2020s. There will also be nice gym facilities and swimming pool for everyone to use. These buildings will be affordable and only available to people that aren't millionaires. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? That would actually be nice. It's been discovered that work and businesses are massively inefficient and are destroying the world. As a result, people are now able to work from home if they want to, because it's actually better for the economy anyway. Skyworks. So in Berlin, they have a DDR museum, not to be confused with Dance Dance Revolution, which is the only reason I went in it, because I thought they were going to have some good dancing in there. But it's actually the Eastern Germany, a museum for Eastern Germany, right? And they have a mock-up of a East Berlin flat, which would have been a Russian idealised, you know, it's a propaganda flat, so it wouldn't have been what the average person would have across Russia. But, like, a lot of those flats were built, right? And those flats are better than the vast majority of new builds that I've been in now. Stuff that was built in the last 5 years. That's that stuff that was built in the 1970s? 70s and 80s? Or maybe even 50s, I don't know. How bad is that? That a bloody Soviet Union Eastern Bloc flat, granted it is a sort of propaganda flat, but they were built. It's not like they didn't manage to build them. They built a lot of them. They were actually quite good. Like, how is it that a crumbling nation that was massively stretched and not economically viable, also in part due to the West completely attacking it all the time, was able to build housing so that the quality of life would actually be really good for a large number of people? Like, surely we could do that in the modern world. Oh dear. The framing of stuff that people don't realise how badly they're being ripped off. Who doesn't mind a bit of brutalist architecture? Come on, it's all fine. It worked out great for North Korea. No, you completely missed the point, Star Fox. Right, first of all, North Korea and Russia are completely different countries. Secondly, North Korea is not communist. Thirdly, even like Stalinist Russia and Russia in general, like Soviet Union Russia, is not really it's a certain form of communism. I'm not making a no true Scotsman fallacy here. They're you know, and then also that was in the 80s. And then I'm not even making an argument for full-on communism or full-on socialism. The point is, we have insane amounts of wealth in the UK, or have done over the last 50 years, or 40 years at least. Ridiculous building capacity, ridiculous material, knowledge, science, and everything. Like, insane. Like, what we have available to us now is on a level that, like, in the 60s and 70s, would just be, like, unfathomable technology, building equipment, resources, material capacity. Like what we have available to us is insane compared to what was available in the 70s, right? And yet I'm living in a house that's 230 years old. Like, not that, I mean, and it's better. It's better to live in a house that's 230 years old than it is to live in something that was built in the last 5 years. Right, what? There's something a bit wrong with that. There's something a little bit wrong with that situation. Oh, dear. Yeah, it's like me be saying, oh, America bad. Even now, there's loads of stuff in America that's absolutely fantastic. There's loads of things in completely messed up countries. There's loads of positives. Hello, Sim Racing Wales. You know, you don't ignore the positives of something just because the overall political system is flawed or there's like aspects to it that are stupid. You would go, oh, hang on, what are the good? It's like, it'd be like me going, oh, I'm not gonna, like, with ethics. You don't not do something that's ethically correct just because it happens to be in the Bible or the Quran or whatever. You'd be like, oh no, it's correct, so let's use that. You know. Surely we can create a tyre model. It's all iRacing's fault, all of it. It all comes back down to iRacing. Yeah, it's always iRacing's fault. We can't afford to build otherwise because of stagnating wages and rising cost of living. I don't know what you're saying, Days of Blunder. In Europe, unless you, yeah. Well, it's on purpose because it's if you build more houses, it would, if you built enough new houses, it would take like 10 years. But let's say you actually really aggressively built new houses, it would depreciate the value of housing stock. And the value of housing stock is tied into a large part of the voter base that equate the house that they live in to their liquid asset value, even though it isn't, because you always have to live in a house. But then separate to that, that's one part of it, there's huge markets and business and banking that own UK, in the UK at least, they own the housing stock, or they own the land, and so they're obviously massively invested in lobbying the government in not doing anything to reduce their wealth, you know, because they're trying to do their job as business owners and bankers. So as a result, they're going to push out loads of stuff in papers or try whatever they can to stop properties being built. So, like, by promoting bollocks. Acquia 999 didn't know Assetto has a career. Yeah, it has like Steam achievements, hot lap achievements, single race achievements, and then it has a career mode. This is a separate thing as well, which is also more of the same sort of thing. It's not very good. I mean, it's a fun challenge. There's some really good stuff. Like, I'd say the hot lap stuff's really good for like getting better at driving and learning tracks. But then a lot of the AI is super messed up, and it's a fun challenge, but it's a bit ridiculous. It's a good way to go through all the content in the game, though. Yeah, so the problem is, and I think millennials and younger have worked this out, and it's actually, this is the real thing, is you end up with a completely disenfranchised population, because you'll be like, well, okay, so in the past, so if you were like an actual millennial, like born in, say, like the 80s or something, you were sold the idea that go to university or get qualifications, go and get into a job, work really hard, and you will earn enough money that you'll then be able to get a house. It might not be an amazing house, but you can get a house with that. Then you can have a family and you can live a normal life, be quite comfortable. You've got healthcare. What you'd have expected from like the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. Basically, that was this sort of sales pitch for why you would maybe do a job that you don't particularly enjoy, or that would be the pitch to the majority of the population. And I think basically anyone that was born in like 85, 86, they sort of started to realise, if you graduated before the financial crisis, you were okay. You could have got into the job market and you would have been able to get reasonable pay, generally speaking, and you would have missed the sort of cut off of the financial crisis. If you graduated after the 2007-2008 financial crisis, you were basically screwed in the, like, you could be in a normal job, and chances are you wouldn't ever be able to make enough money to really be able to get a house, unless maybe you got a partner, you got with someone else that also had quite a good job, and then you could pull things together and you might be able to just about do it. But your actual quality of life and what you can do is way more diminished than what was the case in the past, with the same sort of amount of work that you'd put in. And then you have people that were born in the 90s and 2000s. They're definitely in a position where there is no chance, unless they're like a real top earner, like earning from the age of like 30, earning 40, 50 plus K. From the age of the 25, they'd have to be earning 40, 50K a year. There's no, like, especially in like most of the places where the jobs are, like cities, they can't. And then so they're all doing house sharing and stuff. So they're just like, well, and then you have the government going, oh well, we need to build up the army a bit. We want you to do this for the country. It's like, well, hang on, they don't have healthcare, can't get a dentist, you can't own property, so you've always been screwed over by a landlord. You don't actually have control over anything because basically everything is rented. Your work will be shit. It's not going to end up with a happy population, is it? Oh dear. Who started me on this? Right, you're all to blame. Well, that's it. Like, you can't afford to have children. You really can't afford to have children at all. Oh, Blue filing account saved us with a DD girl. Are you ready? You ready? DD girl with a DD wheel. What a babe, a beauty, a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. Beautiful, perfectly formed servo motor legs. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel, what a babe, a beauty, a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel, servo motors all over her body. Everybody needs a DD girl, put a DD girl in your sim ring. Everybody wants a DD girl, but if she gets in your bath, make sure to turn the power off or she'll die. DD girl with a DD wheel. What a babe, a beauty,
It's such a lady.
It's a TD girl with a DD wheel. AccuForce fan, they're texting magic in your cube. It's a DD girl. DD girl. What a perfect server, babe. DD girl. Filing account has an owl. Everybody say goodbye. She's disappeared into the sunset. Oh no, it was a solar eclipse. But then there'll be a sunset later and then she'll go properly. Everyone's now confused. Thank you very much. Upgrade the membership, downgrade quality of life. Thanks for being a member. Really appreciate the support. That was an emotional song. How dare you? Right. Filing account saved us from the economics rant. Right, let's do this race. Let's hope it's easy. I'm not optimistic. Filing account's got in the teapot with everyone. I wonder if you could fit an air fryer in a filing account. DD girl's a communist. What did DDR stand for in East German? Was it Deutsches? Oh, bloody hell! What was it? German Democratic Republic. There you go. Hello all. This car looks like a Ford car. Is it using the same underbody? Is it the same chassis? I thought Alfa Romeo was a totally separate company. It's like how Skoda City go and there's a whole bunch of cars that use the same thing, same chassis. The Skoda City goes obviously the best though. Let's be honest. The doctor, I spent a lot of money upgrading the car's gearbox because that's what I do. I'm a big car fan, so what I do is I buy a really shit underpowered vehicle, and then I spend ludicrous amounts of money upgrading the shit vehicle so that I can do street racing because I'm cool. Instead of just spending the same amount of money on an actual better car. I really enjoy being ripped off by people that sell me pointless car mods. That's my hobby. Just going to get some LED lights for this car soon. Can't wait.
I'm hot, and you're not.
Nice little shitty car. It's got an alright cockpit. I like how it's got the seatbelt lights. That's how you know it's a legit race car. Assetto Corsa Evo. Evoluzione. I mean, guys, imagine if AC Evo. Imagine if it's textbook overtake there. Imagine if it's worse than ACC. Oh dear. I have faith in the Kunos crew. I have misplaced faith in them. I don't think they'll do us like that. They could do, but I don't think they will. Imagine the responsibility of being a Kunos in the Kunos. Imagine being in the position of the Kunos. Oh dear. But they know they're gonna you'll get an honest review from me. If the pasta's back on, wow. If their dream's back alive, but if it's the pineapple pizza, wow. You never know though, do you? The tantrums be real. No, I'll quit sim racing. I'll become a flight sim streamer. We're gonna go completely to walking streams. Kayak and walking streams. That's it. End of sim racing. I moved to Germany with my German wife. That's it. It's all over. The era will be finished. Dangerously honest. Oh yeah. Lots of people listen to me, obviously. Oh dear. I could sell that. Yeah, maybe I'll specialise in being an air fryer seller. Because like, the fact is, air fryers are life changing. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of people out there that still haven't been enlightened by an air fryer. I'm going to change my name to Air Fryer Tuck. Maybe we can start. Maybe I can set up an air fryer review channel and become the world's #1 air fryer reviewist. Yeah, that would be quite fun. We'll get the German wife. And then we'll have an air fryer. We'll have a nice kitchen with air fryers, full of air fryers. And then me and my German wife can review air fryers. Oh, this sounds like a great future. My real future is I really want an alpaca farm, like 2 alpacas and yeah, maybe, or 1 alpaca, maybe 3 goats, or 2 alpacas and a goat. But German wife with an air fryer review channel. That's better than sim racing, I think. Are air fryers big in Germany? Das air fryer. What do they call them in German? Das machen sie air hotter. Das hotten air. I mean, air fryer is actually pretty literal already. What? Lutfruitser? Hot air fryer? Look, in my mind, 1 alpaca is enough. Yeah, I've really thought about this. Hell, but what? What is that? What's a B in German? What is that? Is that an F? How come Germans have like a special B letter? We don't have that. Oh, it's a sh, obviously. Well, why not just write a sh? Germans with their fancy letters. We don't get any of them. We're too dumb to have fancy letters here. It's like the Norwegians with their umlaut. Is that, do you spell schreib ein raus? Is that spelled with that letter? Schreib ein raus? I don't even know how you say that. It just sounds funny. You'll have to join. Yeah, I'll join it. Honestly, if you buy an air fryer using my Amazon affiliate link, it comes filled with tea bags. I'm not even joking. I'm cooking potato wedges right now in my air fryer. I haven't used, since I bought an air fryer, what was it, like 5 months ago? I've not used my oven once. Like, yeah, that's exactly the example I'd use. Track edge! No! TT boy with a DD girl. I've never had corn on the cob in an air fryer. I'll try it. Corn is well expensive. There's loads of cornfields near me though, so I should just steal it. But I think they grow it for animal feed. There's so many like fields near me. I could just steal. Basically, I could steal like a lifetime supply of apples, pears, with sweet corn. I should just steal all the sweet corn. I don't know. I guess it's illegal. I mean, it's theft. But you could just walk in the fields and take it. No, for some reason, there's no security. Don't know why. People are hungry. Nighttime corn and fruit stealing. You're still mastering it? What do you mean? There's nothing to master. Oh, bloody hell! AI attack. It's theft, you don't say. Yeah, but if nobody notices, is it really theft? Like, if you steal... Right. If you steal something, but nobody has noticed that you've stolen it, is it the same as if you steal something that someone needs? Like, when the British go to another country, kill everybody and take the land, but nobody in the UK has noticed, is that theft? Or is it just a perfectly normal way to build an empire? You know? That's what I'm saying when it comes to... I'm just doing British tradition. They're not going to notice two corn cobs. As I said, it's probably poisonous. Probably like animal feed cobs. I'll be honest. I have stolen apples from fields, but only from a field where they had no one to pick them because of Brexit, so they were going to go to waste anyway. So I think that's all right. I mean, they just grow out the trees by themselves. Oh, we've done it. I have an apple tree in my garden. It's firing apples at me. September, you can't. There's just apples everywhere where I live. Piri piri goes with everything. Right. That was beautiful. I'm going to get let's get my piri piri potato wedges, which hopefully are cooked. Progress is happening. It actually feels nice and warm, guys. I probably will go. I might buy like a cheapo phone. I think we can get a really cheap. What's the best cheap phone now. Let's have a look on Amazon. Mobile. And like are the Motorola still good? They used to be really good for cheap phones. Motorola Edge, 300. I don't want to spend £300. Here we go. £70. Motorola E13. What you just need is the largest aerial and battery life. And then I can just live stream from the phone on my kayak. Basically, I want a phone that I can drop in a river and not... that I don't want to lose my pixel in the river. Yeah, like really cheap. Right, here we go. Moto G53. £118. Snapdragon. Yeah, the thing, it's hard to know what... when you live stream off phones, some phones are like fine at it and some phones just die. It's the basically it's down to the thermal dissipation of a phone. So I guess a phone with a metal back would probably be better. Even the pixel overheats when it's warm outside. There we go. Motorola G22 is £100. It'd be interesting to like compare as well. I guess you want it to be splash proof. There we go. That's pretty crazy that you can get well good phones for £100. No, because Twitch, you'd still have your pick. No, so I use well, no, it just doesn't work like that. The GoPros are stupid. Like, there's a whole thing. But if you're just gonna stream from a phone, you're better off just doing it directly from the phone. If you're gonna use like cameras like GoPros, what you need is you need like a converter box, and then you want like multiple SIM cards in another box, and then you want RMTP to a server, and then you want that to your home computer, and then you want to stream that to the services. That's a whole... I might set that up at some point, but I know it's going to be like 2 days of dicking around with settings, even though it's got a bit more streamlined. That's like, there's the YOLO box. Is it YOLO? YOLO stream box. Yeah, YOLO mini, but it's like £700. This has a SIM card in. I'll link it in chat. These are awesome. So we're kind of getting that. I think the next generation of this sort of thing will be really good. They're not perfect, these devices. They have some flaws in them, but for what these do, they're actually really, really good. They're a little bit limited, but they're really quite good. Hello, Reefer Bus. So what was it? Nokia phone? The thing that you really want is just as big an internal battery as possible. G22, is that good? Who makes Nokia phones now? Is it still Nokia, or did someone buy them? I thought Microsoft bought Nokia and then they sold it. It's 3-day battery life, it says. I don't know what that's about. Sounds made up. So G22 is £103. Android 12. 5,000 milliamp battery. If you're using a phone as a phone, they're surprisingly good now. What you get for £100, like £100 is crazy. Given for like it's a portable screen. It's got it's mental. It's actually crazy. I bet you, functionally as well, I bet you it's really marginally not that much worse than really high-end phone as well. But what the best thing that would be really nice is if someone made a mobile phone with a really good aerial. That's the biggest issue I've found when I've tried doing live streaming from a phone. Here we go. OnePlus 10 Pro apparently has like the best. I know. iPhone 13 apparently has a good aerial. Not a cheap phone though. Oh no, it's the opposite way around. The Xiaomi Redmi Note has the best aerial. Nokia G50. Oh, I don't know. I don't know how to read that data. Right, let's get my chips. I'll be back in a second. But yeah, it'd be awesome. If I'm doing walking streams, I can then use one phone for live streaming, and then the other one I can look at the chat room and stuff. Would be a lot better. And that also means if the stream disconnects, you have another way to see what's actually going on. Basically, a second monitor. Yeah, that was a thing in the past for like radios, but I think the thing with mobile phones is, with 5G especially, it's so high frequency. What you really need is it's not to do with the aerial size. I think you need like a boost type thing. They be not cooked yet. Ugh. It's Xiaomi. I think. Xiaomi. I don't know. Sue me. Right, let's do this. Next one. Progress. 15 out of 71. Jesus Christ. 19% of these. The great thing of having a Chinese phone is when China inevitably takes over the UK, we'll already be on their database. So it'll save everyone a lot of time and effort. They'll know which prison camp to put us in. Look at this car. The submarine car. I have a setup for this. Alright, here we go. Am I not 100% yet? No. It's not going to happen overnight, is it? This isn't an easy task. Oh, thanks, AI. Thank you, AI. Appreciate that. That was very nice of them.
Okay, let's go.
These cars would have been terrible for spectators because they'd have been really noisy and spectacular, and obviously you wouldn't want that for Formula One. What you want is like dull, droning cars that are really big and cumbersome and don't move around nicely. Much better spectator experience. I wonder if people working on these vehicles realised their mistake back in the day. The F1 audience just wants to be able to watch Netflix. Oh, we're in trouble, guys. We need some setup here. No, that just adds cars catching on fire. Spectacular. I think that's a feature, really. Hello, Andy. not do that in second gear. That is worth a try doing a start in second. It's a bit more front wing on this. We need more front wing. New shader patch, a whole bunch of tweaks. It's on their Patreon. Hello, Simon B. Nothing too crazy. We may have had to drive into a BMW to win a race, but that's pretty textbook driving. Rears are a little bit overheating. Oh wow. Look at this, set up master muscle. Get in there. Pure aero boy skills. Low's not slow. I'm starving. This Campos. You know AI's. Oh, just say that, Campos, you bitch. What was that about, dirty Campos? Oh well, fair. It's all fair. It's Prost, son of the beach. That's how you take. That's how you win. Old school racing. Look how thick my wheel rim is. Skill. Normal 70s move that. Cigar in one hand, bottle of whiskey in the other, driving with my knees. Get out, Campos deserves that for all the shit he was giving us on the other races. Oops. Oh no, Akiyama. Ah, my rears. Hang on. shit. My rears have totally gone. How do you, how do you stop rears from overheating? Is it overheating that I'm having? Is that the issue? It's just higher pressure, right? Oh, less caster and higher pressure. Is that right? Oh, they're absolutely gone. They're absolutely gone. What can I do to stop them? Let's remove the caster. The car's totally, I mean the camber. I know I am. I mean, this is right. Lowering this, lowering the camber gives, yeah. When I said caster, I meant camber. Don't worry about that. I'm just using words randomly. Right. We got it. I thought high pressure stops them overheating. Oh dear. Oh, for okay, let's let's just try lower pressure then. I don't know what pressure these tyres should be. Two 270 mil. Can you imagine what the steering torque would be like on these cars as well? What's the middle value on on the tyre gauge. In race essentials. That tyre data's on the app I'm using in the middle. We're losing too much speed. Dead. Race essentials is what I'm using. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. This car's a little bit mental. It's quite fun, but it's mental. It's like a go-kart. Oh. It's been good to drive around vintage Monaco. Oh, the tyres! The tyres gave out. I probably pushed it too hard. Bloody hell, this is tricky. What temperatures are we on? The rear left needs to be reduced. We're getting there. Or increased. Doing this. No, we got pace. I'm only cheesing it when it's impossible. Right. Let me get my chips, guys. Oh. Some weird tractor shit. Stunting him a tractor. Oh, thanks for subscribing, Johannes. Welcome. I'm not a sponge. I'm a brick. Unlike Gary. Gary's not a sponge. Gary's an RGB light. Gary is like a Christmas tree decoration. He's not absorbing knowledge. He's absorbing all the electricity. I don't think I know everything. I know everything. You know, once you know everything, you don't need to know anything else because you already know everything, so simple. Once you know everything, you know that you don't know nothing, so you don't need to know anything else because you already know. ironically, Neil, that isn't Dunning-Kruger. This is the big irony with Dunning-Kruger is that it's not what most people think Dunning-Kruger is. That's the big irony. I prefer the Freddy Krueger effect. No, that's not what Dunning-Kruger is, Neil. That's the misconception. That's not what the original paper is about. No. So, from my understanding, the main useful component that most people are pointing to from that Dunning-Kruger study is the observation that people predict incorrectly how much they know, but it applies. So, like, people that are really knowledgeable about something tend to underestimate their knowledge in some scenarios. And some people that are less knowledgeable tend to overestimate their knowledge in some scenarios. But that doesn't mean that they think that they know more than they don't know. It's just it's a confidence estimation. It's just that some groups of people are... Well, both groups of people are incorrectly assuming their knowledge or like the capacity of their knowledge within the certain subset of knowledge that's been tested for that study. So it's kind of like what you can't do from that is go, oh, dumb people all think they know more than they don't, or overestimate everything they know, and clever people and people just ignore the knowledgeable people in something, underestimate, and that's not even talked about it. Like it doesn't really even discuss that. Like, it's probably true. It's a separate conversation. It's probably true that someone that doesn't know about something, it's probably true that dumb people. So there's also going to be a separate breakup of like someone that's relatively intelligent or critical thinking will probably always underestimate what their capacity at something is. And this is my anecdotal experience, is that people that are genuinely really good at stuff often think of themselves as worse than they probably are compared to the average person, right? They are, which has compelled them to get better at what they do because they're harsh on themselves. But again, that's a separate thing again. But yeah, also, so someone that's not particularly knowledgeable about something, but has really good education on critical thinking, or is just good at like going, there's probably a lot to this within the remit of what's useful information in the context of what most people understand about something. Someone that's very critical will be good at estimating where they probably are in their ability at something. Someone that's not very critical won't be. But it's not to do with how much knowledge the person has. It's to do with someone's critical thinking capacity. So, yeah, it's probably the case that if someone's dumb, poorly educated, not good at critical thinking, they will massively overestimate their ability at things. It's totally separate to what you know and don't know, though. Or it's what you know about critical thinking as opposed to what you know about the individual subject. The irony of these statements given the reference above... No, because the problem is... It's not... It depends how you then get into a semantic argument. You then get into a semantic argument over what do people mean when they say Dunning-Kruger effect. So, but as I've just defined it more clearly, which I think is what people are trying to actually refer to. It's like that, it's another one of those things, you know, like that Stanford prison experiment, which for like years people are like, the Stanford prison experiment shows that when you just put people in charge, they turn evil and corrupt by default. Stanford prison experiment. And it's actually like that when you look into it deeper, loads of students actually left the experiment because they were like, oh, this is stupid. A lot of them weren't taking it seriously at all. And also it's in a fraternity university context. So it turns out that, like, okay, yeah, there might be some evidence from it that's useful. And I'm sure there are dynamics that occur in prison, like power dynamics and stuff. But that a singular example that happens to just fit with someone's cognitive bias of power structures isn't necessarily the go-to correct thing. Bright candle, yeah, but I don't think it's about it being found entirely false or entirely correct, is it? That's not the point of it. The point is, you do research, and you're like, oh, it seems that this might suggest that this interesting pattern is emerging, but you can't. The where the error occurs is when someone is then that some experiment is done in psychology or whatever, which shows that maybe something could be the case to some capacity in one scenario, and then what happens is someone has a political motivation or their own motivation. And then what they do is they cherry pick through psychological research to then go, well, this is an argument for why this can't be the case. But they're not. It's a disingenuous cherry picking of specific psychological research, which isn't the point of the psychological research. The actual point would be these various studies. From this study in this specific scenario, this interesting thing seemed to occur. We need to investigate it more. And maybe from that we can, within the limited knowledge that we have on this, we can use this in some beneficial way. But that, you know, you can't take it to the absolute extreme. What's the medicine replication crisis? I don't know what that is. I don't even know what that is. It all comes back to the iRacing tyre model. Air fryers. It's like even that, what was that thing with the rats, where they created a utopian rat society, and then there was like overpopulation, a whole bunch of random shit occurred, and it wasn't sustainable, right? But then even within that experiment, there were groups of rats that didn't take part in the overpopulation, and there was a whole bunch of interesting dynamics, but you can't even necessarily apply that to human society. But there were a lot of interesting things that occurred, but you can't then, people then go, that's an argument against this. It's like, well, that's not even the point of the experiment. Oh yeah, the argument that people are trying to extract from it is that if you have utopian, if everything's available to everyone, then they all just become lazy and overpopulate and whatever. But it's like, the problem is, rats aren't people. Also, that experiment is not necessarily analogous in the slightest to a real world environment that's open-ended. And also, it's not really a justification. It's like, well, we have super wealthy people living in effective utopia now, and poor people. You can't make it as an argument to subjugate a group of people because, oh well, that maintains an order. It's like, I mean, it might having a dynamic of like powerful and underclass. That might actually be optimal. I don't know. I'm not making an argument either way, but you can't use that experiment to make that argument. Mugger Tetleys. Oh dear. Yeah. Also, so you don't know with humanity that... So through eras of humanity, certain philosophical ideas in various cultures have taken like hold of those cultures massively. And sometimes in positive ways and sometimes negative ways. And you can't make an argument from history. I don't know what if it's a formal logical fallacy, but this is something that conservatives do often. A lot of people do this often when they're trying to defend something, but it's particularly a conservative view. They always try and make an argument from history, and it's like, but the future isn't the past, and there's new variables being introduced, so you can't always make an argument from history. So, for example, if you have a society that's maybe built off a Christian dogma, that could go on for ages, but then if at some point some like enlightened atheism came around and then people were doing stuff based off evidence-based policy, you're going to end up with a different society that will evolve differently, but for better or worse. Or if you have like all of a sudden for some reason someone gets really I don't know, Hitler wins World War II and they impose mental racism, insane eugenics, and that becomes like the prominent thing for 3,000 or 4,000 years through them using power structures to maintain it. Like you don't know what's going to occur and what would be the long stage societal thing that would continue. Like you could have a society that's a complete horrible, but it could work very well for a long time. I mean, I'm sure like Roman Empire or even Egyptians could have been, in many ways, could have been a lot better. Or, you know, it might have actually been absolutely hellish. But you can't really... people make arguments from the past. A lot. To justify what should be done in the future. Well, the thing with World War II stuff, right, is that I find really annoying is the Western presentation of how the British, in particular, act as if the British, right, culturally in the UK, Britain acts as if they were like the defenders of the Jewish. The British were like massively anti-Semitic all through like pre-World War II and during World War II. They didn't want any of the Jewish immigrants that were trying to escape the Nazis. They were limiting that, and they were in massive denial, even when there was really good evidence of groups being marginalised and attacked, because they were nationalist and racist as well. They're like British people. So the Germans have actually largely learnt a lot more from the history, because they were on the losing side. So they're like, oh yeah, we need to teach people about actual racism, genocide properly. Whereas the UK, a lot of it is like framed around, oh, the British won World War II, the Allied powers, let's have all these films, like let's do like all the stuff, Saving Private Ryan, Band of Brothers and everything. They're perfectly valid storytelling, they're from the soldier's perspective and stuff. But a lot of the time, it's framed in this sort of allies were the good guys, pretty much universally, no ambiguity. you know, there is a little bit of like murkiness, but it's very subtle compared to the whole sort of denial of the fact that Britain was massively racist, and a whole bunch of stuff leading up to like what happened before World War One, during World War One, after World War One, during World War Two, the firebombing of like cities, which was like pretty much over the top, arguably. Like you could have this war is complete shit. It's not like the presentation that you have as a general person, if you go through like British Western media and education, is like, oh, the Allies were doing good and whatever. It's not the presentation of war. Nobody really wins war, and there are people doing disgusting stuff or like, either way. Like, so there's mental shit that happened in World War II that's like brushed under the rug for Brits. Also, loads of people made loads of money in World War II and didn't really care that much. So there have been like really wealthy people in any war that are just profiteering off it, and they don't give a shit. It's like, yeah, like it's a really significant fight. Millions of people die from starvation, from bombs, and from fighting. But in World War II, there were loads of people that just made money out of it, and we're never going to see like. They weren't likely to get bombed, they weren't in cities and stuff, and they wouldn't have been in combat, and they would have been like enjoying the profiteering and racketing from World War II. Another thing that's barely covered, during like the Blitz in London, the amount of people that would be doing like criminal activities and stealing and taking advantage of the World War II war situation, there would have been loads of it, but obviously it was kept secret because they didn't want to make it look like the country would, you know, want to present the whole united country. Everyone's in it together because that's a proper propaganda, isn't it, for winning a war? Oh dear. It's like it's a simplistic view of history that gets promoted. What's war without a little looting? Well, here we go. We've had our potatoes and a little discussion, and we're now going to drive a fake 1970s Formula car. What a time to be alive. It'd be really interesting to talk. I've not talked to someone that's like 17, 18, 19 years old about their perception of World War II. I feel like for me, there was nothing else to watch apart from like shitloads of World War II documentaries when I was a teenager. So I would just watch that non-stop. It was like late night TV was basically I just got to message someone. It was all like Kosovo, the bloody Africa. What was the Tutsis and the Hutus and There we go. Oh! Let's go, guys. Get in there. Bloody hell. I don't even know what you're saying, Paul Bishop. Don't even know what you're saying. What? Hang on, the rear left is too warm, so do we need... Oh, it's too... pressure's too high. Do we need to lower the pressure? Well, that's true, yeah. It's difficult when you have so many female viewers watching the channel non-stop, you know. But I just I still do it, you know. It's important that I give them something to watch. Do you know what I mean? Hello, Benoit. Ah, nothing happened. Olympic send. Didn't work out. This is how I drive in real life. I'll probably last one single race before dying in a fireball. What a way to go. If you're going to go, you might as well go in a spectacular Formula Fireball. Lol. Just killed him. Yeah, fuck, these older vintage cars are really good in VR. I think anything with an open cockpit tends to just work really nicely. The smaller the cockpit, the more it kind of like, the more aware of all the cockpit details you are, I think. Ah, the curbing. Oh, bloody P1's gone. I'll have to restart. I feel like the aero's too high on the rear. Let's try that. You gain a lot of time. Do we have a gurney flap on this? I don't know if they're invented yet. That went well. It's just a single tyre that's to try taking up the whole track. Not driving a rubber around the racetrack. Okay, so this is a lot faster with lower downforce. It's weird. It's also a lot slidier. Have to be gentle. This car is fun to drive. It's very challenging, but it's good fun. Oh, it's Campos. Have to beat the Campos. The piri-piri sauce on my chips is hurting my stomach. Feels like I've got a little barbecue in my stomach. How is it that other people can eat spicy food? Like, it doesn't affect my mouth, but my stomach is like, cooking, we're cooking. It's fine on my mouth, on the mouth part. Stomach just says no, though. Maybe I need a syringe with milk in it and just stab myself in the stomach. Milk syringe. Oh, bloody P1's gone. 3.5 seconds. Let's see if we can close in on them. Ah, no, this is so hard. Maybe I need more. Maybe I still need the downforce. Because the rear is so loose there. should have been, yeah. We almost did it before. It's just we have to be really quick at the start. Roll. I was born mad, so it's fine. This is such a hard car to drive quickly. Woo! Woo!
I am the champion.
Oh,
of the ninjas.
thanks for subscribing. Zaphonic, thank you very much.
I'm hot, and you're not.
That was filthy. Move up the inside. The pass, absolutely on the limit. Now we have to not crash as the tyres get a bit. Can you imagine if you had a car that drove like this in iRacing? And how good the racing would be? With a car that drove like this, with R-Factor 2 netcode. Ah. Amazing. Nah, nothing in iRacing drives like this at all. They have slidey old cars, but they have the same physics. Oh, he's coming back. That was close. As the French would say, la vache. Or French rally spectators would say, oh la 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 la. Oh la 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 la. That's so funny. Watch French rally crash compilations, and every time the cars crash in, they all go, oh la 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 la. It's so good. I need it as a sound effect. It's actually hilarious. Oh la 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 la. It's so good. Alright, we need that as a sound effect. Morning, Delton. Hope you're doing well, man. Welcome. Oh la 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 la. Oh, it's so good.
Okay, let's go.
Well, here we go. It's another one in the books. Progress has been made. First time. Beautiful. There we go. That's nice. Nice. Lotus of Exos. Here we go. That should be okay. We'll do this one, then we'll update the progress. Flying, guys. Appreciate all the subs though and all the support. Say anything 5 of your currency, you can be a sponsor of the this stupid challenge. Thanks for clicking the like button on YouTube, and everyone that's watching and suffering adverts and stuff. Really appreciate it. Lotus Exos Experience. This costs £1.2 million to own, and you can drive it 7 times a year. I don't think they do it anymore. Oh, I know. We understand everything. Pain, suffering, misery. Tyre pressures. AC hacks. This should be easier though, to be honest, because their formula stuff's always easier. Let's see how this goes. Famous last words. Oh, I'd have DRS. Oh well. Oh, I do. It's a very blue sky. Oh, we might need a bit more downforce here. P1's gone. Okay, maybe we'll stick with the default setup. I think we need more downforce than I was expecting. Let's just see what the default's like. Missed the bloody start here. Yeah. Bloody hell. Why is the... Right, this setup's really bad. Here we go. Why was the car so high? Hang on, we made the car slow. Just gripping the road better. change the gearing. No, my hands are too big. Ah, right. What's going on with this? Why is the car not accelerating? Oh, you bastard. Got me. Dead. Up. Come on! God damn it. See. Mirror. Oh, this car insta-rotates if you get tapped or tap someone. Old Grieg! Old Grieg. Am I excited for AC Evo? Yeah, it's going to be amazing. But it's going to be perfect. Oh, can't. It's going to be best sim ever. What can they do? They can listen to what I say. They should listen to Game of Muscle on everything. Genius muscle gamer, man. This is like Max Verstappen simulator, this. Look how nice and blue the sky is. Never get that in the UK. Oh, the curbing! I forgot about AC curbing for a moment there. The genius of Assetto curbing. Thank you. was my fault. He looked like we had a gap, we didn't. Ah, the curbing! Bloody hell. I mean, maybe suspension will help with that. I don't think it will, though. Thanks for subscribing. D. Hello. Haven't they got rid of this corner now in real life? They only have the long one. Lol. Oh, come on. Oh, for... Bloody AI. Yeah, that was a typical iRacing move. Ah. It's close. Ah, bloody moved right. Ah, slightest tap and you go flying. He's bloody pit manoeuvring me. They're just ah. Oh my god, the AI are dog shit in this. This is going to be a hard one. Ah, not enough rear wing. Bloody hell, bloody hell, bloody hell. Bloody hell. Oh, I don't know, Thomas, probably not. Drives like a Haas now. Yeah, I need more front wing. a Lotus. It's based on the Lotus F1 car, but for customers to drive. What is it? 2010? 2011 based chassis. This is bloody hard. Stay off the curbs. Might be able to overtake him up the hill. We cheated in one of the challenges. We cheesed it by taking out the fast car because it was physically impossible. There was no way to beat him. Oh my god, come on. Off! He was driving into me. That was good, legit overtake. Absolutely Schumacher there. We got that at the inside and he just turned in. Take that, AI. Typical. Typical guy. We'll watch the replay. I had that. Hello. That was a legit overtake. He left the inside open. Beautiful. Textbook driving. They'll teach that in race schools for years to come. No, look. We had that. It was legit beautiful. That was well good driving. That was bloody hard. Right, watch the replay. That was good. It wasn't guilty. That was good driving. Watch the replay. Okay, we might have understeered a bit, but... you know... Look. He's moved to the right. He left the inside open. And then we're stuck. Racing incident. Typical, just racing incident. Now, Marcus Schumacher would have made that move. Chewed him out. No, that was a good overtake. Imagine they would add that. Voice over IP AI. 69. Nice. 69% complete so far. Progress. Bloody hell, guys. Look, just not everyone understands my amazing skill. Hang on, what's this? How many laps? Best lap none. What's going on here? Oh, that's because it's the wrong thing. That's well confusing. 5 laps in the rough. Let's do it. Nice. I've got a bad feeling about this one. Oh no. What are they doing? Oh, guys, I've got a bad feeling about this. Totally normal T1 that. That's how it's done. Oh no. Oh, this car's so understeery. Oh, this car's terrible. What's going on with the gearing? Oh no. This is going to be awful. This car's crap. Oh no. Oh dear. The brakes are shit on this car as well. That didn't work. Oh dear. Oh, bloody hell, the understeer on this car is insane. Now, there's a difference between a car in a sim being understeery and someone saying an entire sim is understeery. That's the difference. Oh, there's no way. Even the AI is driving into each other like lunatics. It's another chronic understeer on the brakes car, so you just have to oh shit, you have to drive it like the Lotus. You have to smash the brake. For some reason that works with these cars. A whole bunch of cars in AC. Maybe braking a bit sooner as well might help, but don't worry about that. Oh, this is worse than that Lotus. Why would anyone ever want a car where you have to basically wait through the entirety of the corner before getting on the power? Like, why would anyone buy that? You want a car where the throttle pushes the back out. No, it's not trail braking. This car's shit. This is just a shit car. Don't defend it. It's a fake Porsche. Yeah, the problem is the oversteer that you get with this car is snap oversteer. It's just crap. Why would you buy this instead of a Radical? This is going to be the line into that corner. Ah, dear. Coming through! Coming through! The pile up behind us! Nailed it! Oh, we still have to beat P1 though, this is the problem. That was a beautiful T1. Right, 3.5. Is he pulling away? Oh shit, he is pulling away from us. Ah, no, it's ridiculous. Oh. Oh, the understeer. Oh my god. Try turning TC off. Oh no, we're screwed. Oh, we're screwed. We have to get into P1 on the first corner. That's it. No, this is a shit road car. There's no way. How are you meant to do this legit? God, this is going to be another cheese. It's going to be an absolute cheese, this one. Yeah. There's no way. There's no way. Oh. No way. Absolutely no way. Oh, the plough of the front is insane. Nailed it. tyre. Need a bit more tyre. Hang on. Lower tyre pressure should increase the temperature, but we can't go any lower. No, it won't help. Ah. Oh, you have to send it to get past them, but it's just absolute tank, this car. How do we miss everyone? Ah. Oh my god. Eight seconds for that. I mean, short of cutting the chicane, I'm not really quite sure how you're supposed to do this one. Fast boy, make a fast boy hack setup. You know that's what you need to be doing. So much faster on that bit of straight. Thanks for following. Oh my goodness, like if you brake a tiny bit too late, you can't make the corner and there's no oversteer. There's no oversteer, so it's just going to understeer. I hate understeer. Like, honestly, whoever builds cars that understeer on the brakes should be shot. The toe slows you down in a straight line, which is the only thing allowing us to get pace to catch up with the guys in front. Lol. Still better than the Porsche Cup in iRacing though, this car. So, you know. We're getting closer. Right, I think we can do it with this setup. We've got the pace with this setup. We just have to get. It's because the caster and toe slow the car down too much relative to the AI. Like anything. Like you can just see when you've got the pace. Oh, you're joking. Just pit maneuver me. Ah, come on. Oh, do you have to brake a bit earlier than that? They were. They should avoid the car that's going down the inside at 100 miles an hour. Imagine if someone drove like this in real life, as if they'd done like 50 restarts. I mean, the car looks nice, like that blue, and the shape of it's nice. Give it credit. Some credit. No, I'm not, Pagan. Backseat driving from someone. I wonder if the person that's done 50 restarts and has been tweaking the setup. Whoa! I wonder if they know. I wonder if maybe they are doing the right thing. We're in first! Christ! Come on. Come on. Let's go. Bloody hell. We haven't even cheesed this one. This is like non-cheese. It was all about setting the tyres to zero everything. Because I think with the TC on, it doesn't really matter that it's slidey. You just welly it. And then the ABS on the brake, you just welly it. Yeah, I love driving tips. Come on. Oh, That was weird. A bit of grass flying through the air. Well, the thing is, in racing sims, if you're when a lot of the time at like the super top level, it really is a repetition skill. But to be honest, most aliens now, or most like super fast, you might as well use a DD wheel and a load cell, because it's just, why not? It's probably going to be more reliable in the long run. And there are, if you've learnt to drive quickly with certain force feedback or how to play the game, then you'll associate whatever that force feedback is with whatever's occurring. So, you know. But yeah, if like, because so much of it is repetition based, it doesn't really matter what equipment you're using. At that very high level, you're not really necessarily, you know, you're not learning anything. You're just, it's about being hyper precise repetitively. So as long as an input device has analog input, you can learn how to use it to be very precise. It's not muscle memory. People use the term muscle memory totally incorrectly. Like, people just use that word and they don't understand it at all. And it can also mean multiple things, even like within scientifically. Like in sim racing, people use the term muscle memory completely incorrectly. Yeah, but you also get to the point where you could describe everything as muscle memory. You're like, so if you're talking about literal muscle memory, i.e., so like in a sense of like if you're working out, muscles, due to how they tear and heal, can actually physically, your muscles, not your brain, but like your actual muscles, can physically adapt in a certain way that allows the muscles from a mechanical perspective to perform certain tasks better than others. So that would be an absolute literal sense of muscle memory. Also, like if you had a specific injury on a muscle, you could argue that that's a type of muscle memory. It's a memory of a specific thing that's happened in the past that's then affected the capacity of the muscle. But then you have like the neurological component of it, but then it's like, well, why would you describe it as muscle memory, not just memory? Like, do you know what I mean? It's like, what you're talking about is memory, memorizing. Okay, and then you go, okay, well, contextually you're saying it's the memory of specifically controlling muscles. Well, that's not even the case, really. So you get into this semantic debate on it. So, like, where you normally see it popping up in sim racing is someone makes the argument, they go, a load cell is better than a potentiometer because, well, we won, well done. Because a load cell allows you to build muscle memory more easily. But that's a load of bollocks. Like, not necessarily. And then, like, not really. Like, if so the fact is, you can set up a potentiometer to work like a load cell. If the forces are going to be the same either way, which is entirely possible, it can, from the player's perspective, work like a load cell. Like, really doesn't actually matter that much. You can then you make an argument with a load cell. You go, using larger muscle groups is better for certain types of input. That's fine. That's not necessarily muscle memory. That's just to do with using a larger muscle group to actuate a pedal and making a pedal less sensitive, because it's easier to be more precise with a less sensitive pedal using a larger muscle group. Arguably, you could still have a debate on that, because you could argue that your toe and your ankle are actually more better at being able to do more precise things, like how you can play a piano with your hands. Try doing that with just one foot muscle. So it's so much bullshit surrounding these, like when they marketeers try to like link science to make an argument that their product is better, and it's just like, oh. And then what's even worse is, I'm not saying any of you did this, but the regurgitation, it's exactly like the stiff pedal in a race car thing. It's like, yeah, there's loads of scenarios. Right, okay, so one of the reasons why you might have a less sensitive pedal in a real car is because you're moving around all over the place in the G-forces, so you don't want it to be very precise. But you can make a perfectly good argument that a sim rig, you're very stationary, and maybe having very sensitive input could actually be, scientifically, with enough practice, could be better, could be the optimum for absolutely maximising input. In fact, what you could probably do is you could probably objectively measure the maximal control that a person can have over a specific muscle of their body, to what resolution is humanly possible, and then you could work out what would be the actual, as objective as possible, ideal muscle group to use as an input for braking, accelerating, or whatever in a car. It could be completely abstract from what it is in a real car, but you might then say, well, you know, we want to keep it analogous, but it's a whole other debate you can have. It's just when people simplify these things to such an absurd level, so that someone can make a one-sentence repetitive bollocks statement. Oh my god, just makes you want to put a screwdriver through your forehead. Who got me on that? It's the same argument for using a lower sensitivity in FPS games. Yeah, but some people play with a higher FPS sensitivity and still do really well, because you would then have to go, well, what is actually the most relevant factor? It's like, if someone can still aim within the remit of what's required for that video game, then there's a percentage where actually being faster is maybe better than accuracy, or the accuracy is within enough for the range at which they engage a target. The pixel accuracy is such that it's better to have it more sensitive. And then also you'd have the human component of it, where some people, just because they started playing video games with certain sensitivities, for them, they will be better at whatever setting they've happened to have got used to, and they probably can't change it. Like, there's some people that play shooters with a gamepad. A gamepad is objectively worse than a mouse because it just doesn't have the same precision. But that when you go to like your median players, or even your higher level players that aren't pro players, they would still absolutely rinse people using the better settings. And within sim racing, there's 500 people in the world that are actually probably aliens. And then there's probably about 20, 30, 40,000 people that are pretty good, but, you know, they're really like all over the place. And then there's like 200,000 people that are complete shite, and none of this makes any difference to them whatsoever. And they're the majority of people buying equipment. So the whole thing is so stupid all the way down. It's like, oh, God. Lower sensitivity. It depends. No, because you have to, Pagana, you'd have to specify within what remit of that. Well, first of all, lower sensitivity relative to what? Yeah, so you'd have to define the a reasonable, like, what's high and what's low sensitivity. So you need a framework to be able to know anyway. I'm not necessarily disagreeing with what you're saying. I'm just the conversation on the, whenever you have like objective talk about these sorts of input device stuff, people go absolutely brain dead. I say this as someone that I'm really into input devices and force feedback and stuff. So it's just bizarre to me. Like, it just drives me mental. The same way a potentiometer is not faster than a load cell, but only if you're as precise on the potentiometer. So like, the problem is, so the load cell potentiometer thing is people get confused over the main benefits of a load cell. Most of the benefits of a load cell are to do with, on the mechanical side, it means that you can adjust settings without having to move any physical thing at all. That's like the really big advantage of a load cell, is that you can set your pedal up however you want, and then you can just recalibrate the measurement of the voltage across the load cell. Or like load cells can be set up with the engineering of the pedal to get the best voltage range. Or you can put the load cell before the actual pressure point. So in terms of wear and what have you, the load cell's just getting, you can have a very sensitive load cell, but the pedal could be really heavy still, and then it just depends how the circuitry pulls it out. But the advantage of that is, compared to a potentiometer, you'd have to physically change the thing that the movement arm on it to get the full range, to get the full resolution. But even then, that doesn't really matter. This is another thing. You don't need 3,000 points of input or 100,000 points of input to be accurate enough to still drive at a level that would put you in the top 5 places of the top split in iRacing, which hardly anyone is in. So like it's so dumb. It's like we talked about this before, but it's like when I used to play hockey and people would spend £400 on fiberglass hockey sticks, and it's like, you're shit at hockey for a start. Even though for where we were in the UK, we were good, but we're shit compared to international level of hockey, obviously, or especially compared to anyone that came from Canada or Czech and stuff. But the point is, like, right, yeah, a fiberglass hockey stick arguably can be tuned and can do better slap shots and performs better, but it's irrelevant. A wooden stick is totally fine within the remit of the skill level that you have and will ever have in your entire life of hockey. But it's just like, enjoy getting a fiberglass hockey stick, but like, the bollocks around stuff is mental. Bright Candle, I really wanted to put this to the test. I genuinely think you could race in the top split of iRacing with 10 points of brake input. Because also, right, this is the other thing. Sim software and the hardware on your pedals and things interpolates anyway. So even if your physical loading is like it's analog, so let's say it's infinite, if you interpolate between 10 points, that's still, from the perspective of the software, effectively the same resolution almost. Like it's not going to be the crux. As long as the software sees it as a smooth signal, like, genuinely, I think you could actually take. I really wanted to try this out and really take it to absurdity. I mean, back in the day, on Live for Speed, people were playing with a bloody mouse using the click button to accelerate and brake, and they were really, really quick. They would be top split iRacers. I keep using top split iRacing as a benchmark because most people in sim racing consider the top split of iRacing to be like really quite good. I mean, obviously, it's not even that good. Like, actual esports guys are just on another level. But like top splitting, like Super Formula Light, I mean, you probably could still do it in the. You could probably be 5K, 6K I rating. Yeah, so the reason why you're more consistent would be because of how that load cell was set up. You could set up a potentiometer based pedal. Like, I could design a pedal right now where you wouldn't know if it was a load cell or a potentiometer. Like, if I didn't, you could use it and you'd be like, oh, that feels great. If feels like a load cell, you wouldn't know. You just wouldn't know. You could set it up so you really couldn't tell. The feel of a pedal comes from the elastonomers on the back of the pedal and the general mechanics of the pedal. A load cell is just a piece of metal that flexes, that then has a circuit over the top of the metal that when the metal flexes, it allows more or less voltage through it. No, Simon, there already is interpolation in the circuitry, like the Bodner board, the Hausenfeld pedals will have interpolation. All the pedals, like you have noise in circuits that will happen that needs to be filtered out anyway. So you'll have some form of interpolation in there and some form of denoising, you know, to some level. Well, yeah, this is the other thing. In real life, you're not even braking. So in a sim, you brake from the feel of the brake pedal, the elastonomer feel. Like you learn, you're like, oh, 20 newton meters of pushing is 90% brake, so that's where it locks up on this corner, whatever. In most sims, AC1 with lots of the cars, you can actually feel where the brake, how much you can brake before it locks up, which is like a real car. But most sim racers don't know that at all. So, you know, they don't know. Like I'd say 80% of sim racers don't realise that in AC1 you can feel through the steering wheel how much you can brake before it would lock up as a range of force load, especially with cars where you've set the rear to pop out more. And I think an AMS1 might do as well. Most sim racers don't know that. They think it, so they're all like they're playing iRacing R-Factor 2 where you have to brake by repetition and foot feel. In a real car, you can tell how hard you can brake. Not with all cars, because some are they lock up very subtly. But lots of real cars, the way that you know how hard you can brake is not by what the pedal feels like. It's by the G-forces, and it's the same as like lateral G-forces. When you are really on the tyres braking, as you go through the slip curve of the front of the tyres, the amount of inverse acceleration, or like we'll just call it deacceleration. The amount of deacceleration as you get to the limit of the tyre changes, and that lets you feel through your body where the actual limit of braking is. So you can rental go-karts, it's noticeable. If you're absolutely on the brake in a rental go-kart, you can feel there's a real obvious point where you're about to get to the point where the car will start, where the go-kart will sort of want to snap rotate because you're braking too hard. So every real car, apart from Lee's Toyota Celica, every real car I have driven in real life has had completely shite pedals on it. Absolutely shit pedals. Like if you were to use them in the sim rig, you'd be like, these are so shit. What is going on? Every real car I've driven, apart from Lee's Toyota, where somehow it was brand new set up for this season, so it dialed it in like immaculately. It was mind blowing. But same with as I said this with the plane I flew, the Cessna that I flew. The rudder pedals felt like shit, but you could still be really precise because you can feel the G loaded on your body and all the other stuff going on. But it felt shit. If they were flight sim pedals, if they were flight sim pedals in a simulator and you were reviewing it, all the reviewers would go, "Oh, these pedals are shit." The yoke as well, absolute shit. But it doesn't matter because you can feel what's happening. That's the importance of force feedback. But yeah, it's all lost. It's all lost on most sim racers. They don't know, to the point where I get comments of people going, "Oh, ACC, you can feel what the car's doing." It's like they don't know at all. It's pointless. No, Simon Hawk, because it's really quite a pain in the arse. But people will already make them. It'll probably take about 2 to 3 years for a Chinese company to rip it off. And I would argue that Simucube made a bit of a mistake in that Simucube should have done more of a proprietary design that they could patent. But what they did, their worm git, like it's really good. There are aspects of the Simucube pedal I think they really could patent. I think the software patent is a bit weird, but the general. So the difficulty of a Simucube active pedal is making it feel really smooth. So the basically, and this is the problem with DD wheels in general, it's more the software side is what people struggle with. The actual worm gear and a pedal that then mounts onto a worm gear with a load cell in the pedal, that is not the hard part. The hard part is power delivery to it, the software all operating seamlessly, and that is what you've noticed that with the DD wheels, like it with OSWs, people worked out like the disco boards and the Argon controllers. People worked out how to build them quite early on and do good stuff, but then the components were really expensive, so it wouldn't be good as a consumer device. But then also then making it totally seamless and just integrate with all the sims is just a ball ache. I mean, even like Logitech software can be shit at times. They've been in the sim space for like 20 years. Fanatec software updating and weird shit has happened with Fanatec wheels with like what seem like memory overflows. You know, where it does that sudden jolt. I think it's because the memory gets, if you leave the wheel on too long. Thrustmaster have had issues with their wheels all through the years, where like weird shit happens with them every now and again. Like, yeah. So it's the hardware that's affordable, software that operates properly, and software that negates the inherent aspects of the hardware. So with an active pedal, how you control the servo motor on an active pedal to make it feel really, really smooth is quite difficult. But it'll take about 3 years, probably in about 2 or 3 years, you'll see other active pedals. And to be honest, the active pedal philosophy is basically the way that all pedals should really go. Because why do you want to fiddle? Why wouldn't you want to have tactile transducers and feel from your pedals? Why not? It's good fun. But why would you not want it so that you can have different brake positions and feel and adjustment all the time? Like, why not? If you can do it, why not? Other than cost. But if you can get that, there's no reason why that can't cost £800 per pedal, or even like £500 per pedal is entirely possible with a profit margin. So if you're someone that would otherwise spend £500 to £1,000 on a non-active pedal, you would always just go with an active pedal. So when something's 200 in parts, you need to like basically times 4 essentially. But it'd probably be less because the profit margins on sim hardware are generally lower for a lot of, because you have like, if they're not doing retail, but if you're doing retail, you have to like half everything, marketing, but they wouldn't be marketing it in a traditional way. R&D, but you probably wouldn't be doing R&D in a traditional way. It's not. They wouldn't be like mass market consumer products. So like a 15% profit from each wheel, each pedal would probably be enough for a sim company to be a totally viable business. But normally you'd expect like 50-60% you'd need on top of the base. It's different for different businesses. It gets very complicated. Right, the ethics of rip-offs. I think if something's a direct rip-off, I think that's a big problem. So early on, Moser like really just outright ripped off. I think, this is my opinion, this could be, I don't want to be sued by Moser, and Moser sent me equipment, I'm like reviewing it and stuff, but my personal subjective view is that some of the early Moser stuff was very similar in, like, maybe not a rip-off, but very similar in design to Fanatec stuff, and it didn't even need to be. There, you know, there's no point. There's loads of pedals on the market. House in Veld came up with a specific arrangement and design, and there were loads of people that basically outright copied the House in Veld design. And the thing is, I don't think any of these, I don't like. Well, I'm pretty sure Fanatec and House in Veld don't care if someone was like inspired by their design and did something better or did something different. But like, if you do anything, so even if I do YouTube videos or come up with something, I like it when other people maybe take something that I did but improve on it or do something slightly different or whatever. That's fantastic. But if someone just outright copies you, you're just like, oh, like, come on, be a bit creative. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, so ripping off is bad, I think, but yeah, that's true. There's no one reproducing my content, yeah. I have noticed sometimes when we talk about specific things in live streams, you know, like a few days later, you're like, oh, I wonder why this has been. What's going on here? You think there is no software that's capable of changing the brake field based on physics data? No. Well, so what you could do, I was thinking about this actually recently. What you should do is, so you know, for like this, so tire slip, that is done in the game telemetry and output with no latency or very low latency. So in theory, with an active pedal, I think if the pedal's not that sensitive, it's not too sensitive to the input, like the loads in terms of what the pedal receives from your pressing it. What it means is that you could have it so that as the car approaches as the slip increases on the front tires, the pedal can get heavier in feel, right? So as you're pushing on the pedal, as you get closer to the limit of the fronts, the pedal would feel slightly like harder. So it wouldn't be like a real pedal in feel. But the point would be, you would have a force reference for where the limit is, and then you could even minus some of the load cell input to offset the fact that the pedal's harder, so it'd be, you know, it'd feel like a non-linear input in terms of what you're pushing against. No, the adaptive triggers are shit on the PS5. I've tested it out; they don't work properly. Sony have bollocksed it up, and basically, if you use the adaptive triggers, you have to have them on a really high setting to get a range from them because of I think it's because of the specific voltages that are used in the motors that resist the haptic triggers, and the resolution of their resistance. Basically, you're largely stuck with them either being consistently stiff, or like it can be stiff and then get light. But it's not good at varying the resistance to like replicate, like you could do a set spring type thing, but a dynamic response, they don't work well with it. The implementation, yeah. So the Xbox One control implementation in Forza, where the trigger vibrates harder and harder the closer that you are to the limit for braking. That is the best implementation of braking in a gamepad that I'm aware of. Featable music, yeah, it would push back a bit, yeah, but it'd be effectively be gentle. So like exactly, it's entirely analogous to how a force feedback steering wheel works when turning left and right. So when you're turning right, if you use the IR seat of the pants effect, or if you're playing AC, as the back steps out, you can feel the wheel is loading up on you. Like it's not physically moving, but you can feel the forces. Whilst the wheel's static, you can feel that it's pushing a few newton meters left or right, which allows you to then, without moving the wheel, you're like, oh, I can feel what's going on in the car, which allows you to feel what's happening without changing the input. That's exactly what you do with the pedal. So this can be done, but there's no creativity in sim racing. So, you know, it probably, and also sim racers are the dumbest people on earth. And they'll be like, it's not realistic. It's not realistic. It's exactly like the G-force effect on my joystick with X-Plane, where you can feel, you're holding the joystick, and when there's turbulence and loading, it doesn't move the joystick, but you can feel the turbulence. If you pull back hard, you can feel the resistance change. But yeah, anyway, maybe it'll happen. You can all remember this live stream. But sim races will genuinely just go, oh, it's unrealistic for the most part. Unless Simucube did it, and then you got like Tony Kanaan, Morad, or whatever, or some iRacers to go, oh, this is really good, and then all the sim racers would go, oh wow, this is really good, because they don't think for themselves. It's entirely race driver says this and this company says this. And it's just like, so dumb. Yeah, you can use tactile transducers to do the vibration thing really well, but the difference between a vibration and this, what I'm describing, is that you have a range of force that is pushing against you, which is analogous to G-forces, whereas vibrations are not analogous to how G-forces operate. But they can still be useful, but they don't really translate in the same way. Because there's a specific component of balance for balancing, which is what you're trying to do. But yeah, force feedback lecture of the day. Oh no, AC's crashed again. It's upset with me driving too well. My force feedback lecture was too intense. But I would, if Simucube Active Pedals did that with braking, so you could actually feel the front tire, the point where the fronts lock up, I would buy one straight away, like no question. If it wasn't just vibration, but like you actually, you know. No, I wouldn't do stand-up, I don't think. I don't think I'll be very good at it. Dear. Well, I don't know. You see some stuff on the internet. It'll probably do alright stand-up in America. Apparently it's like easy mode. But if you're like going to be actual genuine in the UK, you're going to genuinely do like want to be a good comedian. First of all, it's like the worst thing ever. Going to clubs and universities and travelling around, that'd be just awful. Touring is terrible, and the venues that you do comedy at are just the worst. So that would suck. You know. We just do what we're doing here. It's nice and simple. The zero camber technique. This is the biggest. This is what no one expressly told me this before about AC. That camber slows the vehicles down so much. Like I knew about lowering the car, and obviously I know downforce generally making the car stiff. I knew about that, but I did not know about the degree to which. No, it's what is it? I mean, we'd have to do side-by-side testing. Removing negative camber. Yeah. So you're right. Yeah, negative camber seems. Oh, look at that! You can see it update. Negative camber with some of the cars seems to slow them down a lot. I mean, toe should slow stuff down. Maybe it might depend on the car. It seems like the cars that don't have other settings. So cars that don't really have that much power, the road cars. At higher tyre loads, 3 degrees negative should give 5% more grip. I think it's causing more in the straight line. I think it's slowing the car down, not through corners. I don't know. Maybe I just got better and better at driving, but it does seem like reducing the camber results in faster cars in AC from what we've seen. Could you, if you, I don't know if you know this, Niels, but like if you scale a car down, so like it's just like the bodywork of like the under tray of a car, the chassis. Does it all correlate really well, or does it get to such a scale where it no longer works anymore? Because I know you get those that sort of student drag racing thing where they put them on like a treadmill. Obviously, it wouldn't do corners, but what could be interesting, this probably already exists, if you had like a 2D piece of software, and this is for like an educational thing, 2D piece of software, and it shows like a car from the top down on a road that's rolling right, and then you change like the caster camber and whatever of the wheels, and then the car's speed is reflected by I mean you could do it as it could be faked obviously, but like it'd be interesting if that was like a physics generate, the end result was from physics, and then so someone could like see precisely how what does what to a car, and then so they can visually see it rather than it just being like, well, this does this does that. You'd be like, oh, that, when I mess this thing up here, it clearly affects it. Yeah, that's it. That's the thing, isn't it? Yeah, it's like exponentially. Well, the thing is, Dash, it's hard enough to make a sim with the small dev teams and put what they put in it and then have the game run. I was just thinking, I've not. The only thing I've seen which would sort of teach someone with a model of what car setup stuff does are those student, like for GCSE level engineering, where you build like a drag racer car, and they fire it from, they use like a pulse of air to fire it down a drag strip, and then it's to teach kids how to set cars up and aerodynamics and things, and they can film it in slow motion, and you got wind tunnels and stuff, but yeah, I mean, I guess you could have what you could do in a driving sim. So you could do this as a mod for AC. You have a car an AI car that's driving around the track on a specific given path, and the AI is always. Oh, it wouldn't really work because the AI would have to do different things depending on the car setup. But in theory, I mean, you could just have it going around a circle, and as you change the setup, you could see how fast or slow it went around that circle. And you could do that in real time. It depends on if the game supports you changing car setup in real time. I think it does in AC. Well, because this is in the game, and it updates. This is updating in real time here. Like we're in the game, and you can see it visually changing. So I'd imagine in AC you could mod a mode into it where you can change setup and see stuff. But I mean, like the thing is with software, you can do everything infinitely. Niels, you're lying. Sims are all perfect, and whichever sim I happen to enjoy the most, it doesn't have exploits at all, and setup is all about making the car good for the driver and totally not about exploiting the issues with the simulator. If you pass gas by racing, do you go faster? No, because it's going to come out your bum, isn't it? So you'll get lighter. So yeah, no, you would. Yeah, if the gas escapes, well, actually, maybe not. Is methane lighter? Yeah, you're probably in net lighter. Like if the window's slightly open, if you fart in a car, then that gas has escaped that otherwise wouldn't be in there. It's not that it's propelling you, obviously, but like you're probably fractionally lighter after a fart. So, yeah, farting probably does make you go a little bit faster. Advanced technique unlocked. You're in N for nitro, yeah. I use R for really fast, but for some reason the car goes backwards. I don't know why. N for nitro. R for really fast. Yeah, and sometimes I try and use 5 to get going because it's a higher number, but that doesn't work. I don't know why. You need a hole in the seat and a hose to the back of the car. Otherwise, the fart backfires. Yeah, no, but we considered that, Niels, you noob. That's why we excluded that from it. We're not taking the velocity of the release into consideration, just the mass. Obviously, I mean, how much thrust does a one flatulent produce? This is a question for ChatGTP. How much thrust is exerted from an average human fart? The amount of thrust generated from a human fart is quite minimal. Farts are primarily composed of gases such as nitrogen, oxygen. What if you set fire to it? It's probably even better. Which are expelled from the digestive system. While it's difficult to provide an exact figure for the thrust generated by a fart, I'm 8 years old, guys. It's the large language model, if it's sentient at this point, is just like, It's generally considered to be very low. Tell me in newton meters of force as approximation, please. There we go. A typical fart might release around 0.1 to 0.3 litres of gas. Let's assume the expelled gas is primarily composed of methane, which has a molecular weight of 16 grams per mole. If we assume the average fart volume is 0.2 litres and consider that methane has a density of approximately 0.67 grams per litre at room temperature and pressure, we can calculate the mass of methane expelled, 0.2 litres, 0.67 grams divided by litre, 0.134 grams. Now, Newton's second law, here we go, we need to estimate the acceleration of expelled gas. Given a relatively low mass, the fact the acceleration due to expansion of gas into the surrounding air, let's estimate a small acceleration of, say, 0.001 metres per second squared. Now we can calculate the force. Here we go, 0.00134 newtons. How much if we also set fire to the gas when it exits the bottom? It's giving me a lot of formulas here. It says at the bottom, additionally, igniting methane gas expelled during flatulence is not recommended due to safety concerns. Damn it, we don't care about safety. It's all about performance. Hang on. Force 7.3 kilojoules. Oh no. Oh, he's messed it up. It says 7,300 newtons. I don't think that's right. What could 7,300 newtons lift? A small car. Several adult humans. A motorcycle with a rider. Yeah, it's got his math messed up a little bit there. If you light a fart... If you like to fart, imagine if you could lift a car by farting and lighting it. It'd be like, someone's parked in my space. God. That would be like, that's enough to get a substantial boost in a race. You would have a tube coming out of people's bottoms for that. Oh dear. ChatGTP is not very good at math. Yeah, I think the first one sounded pretty correct though. Like 0.000134 newtons. That sounds like a reasonable fart thrust. What could... There should be like an ant. Maybe it could be lifted by that. Oh, here we go. 0.00134 newtons is an extremely small amount of force. It's equivalent to weight of only 1/fraction of a milligram. To give you an idea, it could lift a dust particle, a very small grain of sand, or a tiny drop of water. Hang on, a drop of water? I guess a tiny drop of water. How long would it take to get to the speed of light with this amount of force in space? To reach the speed of light with the force of 0.00134 newtons, what you can fluctuate, I don't know the word, it would take billions of years. It's far longer than the current age of the universe, which is estimated to be 13.8 billion years. So even with this tiny force, it would take an unimaginably long time to reach the speed of light. Sorry, guys, you can't fart yourself to the speed of light. Sorry, I knew you were looking. I knew you were like, that's my dream. But I'm sorry to snatch that dream away from you all. Wow, this has been a great time. Oh yeah, you could send the fart into an intake. Maybe that's a better way of doing it. Oh, the great formula pedal debate. The thing is, aren't Formula cars' brakes drive-by-wire? Yeah, it's I know, it's physical, but still, you can use hydraulics to amplify whatever the driver's doing. Yeah, like, the thing is, at the end of the day, presumably, if you're building a race car to go as fast as possible, you design stuff to be maximised around what allows the driver to be as precise as possible within the scenario that they're driving, or the vehicle that they're driving, and then have a margin for what allows for what a driver happens to be comfortable with and what they like as much as possible. So it's weird that that's obviously how it works with real cars, but then it's strange that some sim racers will be like, "Oh no, it needs to be X. It needs to be X preconceived notion." Right, let's do this. Yeah, in a race car, it's only the bottom part of your leg that's not attached to the car, not to the safety harness and everything. Like from your basically your knee downwards. If you think about it, why would you design a Formula car if the G-forces when braking had a really significant impact on the actuation of the brake pedal? It would make it hard to be precise whilst braking, because you'd have a constant interaction between what you were doing, the deacceleration, and like the car responding to the brake pedal. It would, you know. The slower you get, the less you're pressing the pedal. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know how much it's factored into it. But then you see, this thing is, if you look at the pedal inputs for different Formula drivers, some have a lot more movement than others. That might not correlate to the force though. Like they might still be pushing the pedal as hard as another driver, but they just got the pedals just allow more movement.
Okay, let's go.
So that's the thing in sim racing, is there's a meme about a brake pedal always being absolutely rock solid, but there's no real reason why it would have to be, and there are plenty of examples where it's not in various series of cars, and plenty of examples where it is, you know. So I think the thing is whenever something is distilled into a singular argument or like a singular idea, and especially when that's associated with a product that's trying to be sold, that's people should by default go red flag. When someone just makes like a universal claim that happens to sell a product, people should go, hang on a minute. That's a safe line into that corner. Ah, bloody hell. About the same amount of time it takes to get to the speed of light by farting in space is my current estimation. I think that's where we're at with this. What a lot of people don't know is that modern Formula cars actually work through a system called drive-by money. And basically, what the driver does is irrelevant. It's all based, the entire vehicle's performance is just based on how rich the team is. It's quite impressive. It's good. That's actually a good thing with Lewis Hamilton going to Ferrari. That'll actually be quite interesting. If the car is still a bit shitty, it'll be really good because Hamilton's such a good driver. It'd be nice to see Verstappen go to a shit team as well. Like it's way better when you have like really good drivers in the shit cars. You just end up with much better racing. Also, drivers that no longer feel like they have to prove anything. Like what you saw with Kubica and Schumacher at the end of their careers in Formula 1. Like, they just were way more entertaining to watch because they were just going for moves all the time. They didn't care. Oh, bloody hell. Yeah, I don't think he wouldn't spontaneously drive like shit. It'll just be like the car. Same with basically half the F1 grid. What's separating them is the vehicles, not their skills, really. I would imagine it'll be their skills, the type of car that they like to drive, the way the car can be set up, the general strategy of the team. Oh, hello.
1, go.
10 days of confusion, but still watching. Can't help. Has to be said you're entertaining. Keep it going.
Oh, thank you, Sergeant Blast. Thank you very much for sponsoring the debauchery. Add you to the list. I think after this, well, I need to get back into walking. Hopefully we can not spend too long on this. It's nice weather at the moment. I'll probably have a break at some point soon. And then, because I still want to finish this challenge though, in not too long a time. Then I also want to do some more walking and stuff. But I want to complete GoldenEye on the N64. I want 100% GoldenEye. Because I had it, and I used to play it just deathmatch, and I always wanted to complete it. Never did. Unlock paintball mode and big head mode. But thanks for the support there. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I think that's gonna be really interesting with someone like Max Verstappen. I feel like we still have on the Formula grid, you still have old school drivers that are from like pre-sim racing, pre like, you know. I think you're gonna start seeing more Max Verstappens, I'd imagine. Probably over the next like 10 years. Imagine a whole grid of Max Verstappen. That'd be well good. What'd be even better is if you name your kid after some old driver. But that's like American in NASCAR, isn't it? Where they all have like the same name, but it's like Junior. Junior, Junior. Junior, Junior, Junior. Right, from my perspective, I think a British sensibility, it would seem really weird to have your same name as your dad and be called Junior. Like in the UK, that would be super, super cringy. Whereas in America, I think they would perceive it as like, oh, that's nice. Like, I can't think of a scenario where in the UK, if a child was like the same name but called Junior, that they would not be absolutely relentlessly bullied in school, like to the point where they would change their name. The lap time delta, there's race essentials and then the Assetto Corsa one. At the top. Oh, we got 10 laps here, bloody hell. Very nice. Oh, schools are really messed up. So I follow teaching groups on websites and stuff, just to get an idea what they're complaining about and things. And it's super messed up. Like, I think it's probably got a lot worse. It's not a surprise, is it? Like, there's more poverty, there's less support, classrooms have got bigger, teachers are... The marketing for teachers is hilarious. Make a difference. It's like, no, get screwed over. You'd have to be insane to want to be a teacher. All the people I know that do teaching are like basically borderline... I think most of them have quit now. Or they work at private schools. Yeah, it's actually insane. Like, there's no freedom for them to actually teach properly either. It's all just that whole teach some robotic faulty syllabus. Teachers should be paid a lot of money. Like, it's an investment in the bloody future of a country. Why would you not go? What group of people should be paid more? Is it city bankers, or is it people educating the children? Who is going to add more value, actual real value? Let's think. Oh yeah, it's the city bankers. They need that money. That's, you know. Bloody hell. Don't get me started on politics again. Jesus Christ. Yeah, they've gone back to like Keynes. Victorian education, but with no beating. Genuinely speaking, McDonald's is not that bad of a job. The pay's not good, but it's not a terrible job. And especially, like, I enjoyed working at McDonald's more than I did working at Morrison's. I get annoyed watching Jonathan Pye because it's not even comedy, is it? The thing is, though, I was looking at data towards like British voters and what their views are on different things. I was trying to find like quantifiable data on immigration and the economic impacts of immigration and the realities of just overall immigration, like the reality of it, numbers and everything else, and actually find evidence for or against whatever. I don't really care what the end result is. Just trying to find data. First of all, it's like really hard to actually find quantitative data. The only things I can find is like economically, there's very clearly a trend for it being economically positive. But that could still be just those studies are a bit off and everything. But it's mental that it's like so hard to actually find defined information, like actual quantifiable data on stuff for you to then form a reasonable view. And what's even more mental is generally in media and stuff, where people that should be doing research, these people have all formed like a total view on it. But there's no clear data for certain things, so it's like, how can you even form a definitive view? 5 minutes. No, it's all right. Like I worked in McDonald's for like a year, maybe 2. I can't remember. Like for quite a while. It was all right. Depends who's on your shift with you. Well, so when I was looking into the immigration stuff, it seemed like the biggest issue was not even to do with the numbers of people coming into the UK. The issue was more to do with the processing capacity of the UK. So it's not an economic issue, because looking at most people coming into the UK, the vast majority are actually educated and actually a net economic positive fundamentally in a short-term period. But then even people that come to the UK on like dinghies and things, refugees and what have you, they're normally like either children, or even if they're 20 to 30-year-old men, even if they are what are depicted as the worst type of economic migrant by the media, you know, by people generally just wanting to attack people, even if they're the worst possible group that they present, they're at an age where they are fundamentally economically valuable. So normally the argument against immigration is one from economics, but I couldn't find any real... I could see that someone could make a cultural argument against immigration, which, you know, I think that's fine. Like, you can say, well, you know, if a group of people move into a country and they're not willing to assimilate, or what you call it, like they're not willing to integrate into that culture, then that's obviously going to be an issue, right? So that's fine, but that's not the argument that's normally made. The argument that's made is an economic one, especially by right-wing Tories and UKIP and stuff. But yeah, so the thing is, so there's a recent thing recently where the current thing in the UK is that UK gave £500 million to the French police to better enforce people getting on dinghies, and then there was footage of a bunch of people getting on a dinghy, and then so they're like, wow, you know, the French aren't doing enough. It's like, well, look, this is the stupidest thing ever. It's like, okay, there's 2 French people in a literal electric car on the beach. First of all, the French coast is quite long, even if you're just doing Calais. Secondly, okay, how many people, for 500 million, how many people are you going to employ to actively go up and down beaches? Thirdly, you can't have like, if there's 50 people swarming a beach to get on a dinghy, and they're potentially violent people or desperate people, how many police does it take to move that crowd? It's not two policemen, is it? It's not 5 policemen. To move a crowd of 50 people, you probably need as many police as you have people. So what are you going to... So do the UK expect the French to have, 40, 50 policemen that are just waiting at the beach to immediately swarm the beach to then say what to the immigrants? To say, oh, no, you need to go back to the camp and then try again tomorrow? Like, it is so dumb on so many levels. But then, as I say, if it is true that economically immigrants actually make sense, surely then you just like put the money into processing centres, build schools that are for adults and children, and then those schools can also be accessed by British people as well, like not immigrants. So like colleges basically, and you use the colleges to employ people to be teachers, to help with language, to also be like cultural centres, so people can learn from each other. You know, like, it seems to me like the whole immigration thing is framed always as like a really huge negative, but actually it's a potential, like a huge positive. The UK has a huge shortage of younger people, and it's only getting worse. Like, it seems like the UK could very much end up like South Korea or Japan. So really, you actually want to be welcoming immigrants as much as possible, and taking advantage of it and making a better situation out of it. I think maybe it's due to being like partly racism, and also just absolute lack of creativity and short-sightedness. Like, I don't know, I'm not seeing any specific stuff on it, but like from my perspective, right, let's say I was in the UK and I wasn't making any money, or I couldn't find a job and it wasn't working for me in the UK, and so I was like, right, shit, it's terrible here, I need to go to this other country that looks like there's a lot more opportunities. If I then went to that country and got work in that country, I would feel super indebted to that country, because I'll be like, oh, they didn't need to support me, they didn't have to, and yet look at the life that I've got from that's like isn't that the foundation of America? Isn't that actually the core of America, the sort of fundamental point of America? And America's now the one of the leading global economies. Isn't that based off immigration? I mean, I thought that was a large part of what makes America America. So it's all very, it's a bit weird. Oh, but yeah, so when I was looking into like lots of data of public perception, my view was really pessimistic on the a lot of I thought that like a lot of British people were just morons. But if you actually look into the data for public perception on things like immigration and a whole lots of issues, large percentage of the British public are actually super like left leaning and super accommodating. Like a really big number. So no, like look at the data, Shumi, into like polls on people's opinions, not what you see in the general media, but just go and look online for like general studies into people's views on these things. So it could be that the electoral system just doesn't work. So you end up with like these parties that obviously you can get into power and use populism to get momentum because you only need to get 30% of the population behind you. But the bulk of the population could, like, they're politically disenfranchised, but they're also actually they're reasonably nice people. Are they politically conservative, though, or is that a reflection of the broken electoral system? I was just saying, like, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with what you're saying, Shumi. I'm just saying, like, the data, the perception that you get from the media and online and whatever, like, the data sources and, like, where you get the data from to actually build a more realistic picture of how things are, and then is how much of the end result of politics and the, like, media and everything, how much of that is skewed by the political system and then the media, the general media system. What's the average age of this chat? Probably, like, what mental age is, like, about 8. At physical age, probably like 40. The demographics of my channel are sort of 30 to 50. Yeah, no, I know. Like, the data I saw is, like, obviously there's basically the middle class, which is being depreciated, are largely quite left-leaning. Obviously, young people are often much more left-leaning and more sympathetic. But then older people are more conservative. But you're also, like, there'll be certain the areas where there's less wealth is obviously ends up being more conservative. But I think that's the areas where people are manipulated more by the press. We're not really arguing, it's just discussing. You're anti-humanist. What's the main points? The iRacing's tyre model doesn't work. That's it. That's the takeaway from every debate. Every debate on Question Time, on Game of Muscle Question Time, closes with iRacing's tyre model doesn't work. Tonight on Question Time, Nigel Farage has been invited for the 4 billionth time. We haven't invited anyone from the left because we don't like them. We also have a centrist, but they're actually far right in the form of this Tory donor. And then representing the left, we have a neoliberal that's actually also a conservative. The debate is, should we murder people that are poor? Or I think that there's a really big problem, and the government's ignoring the problem. And I went to work, and I was poor, but I went to work and I got a job. And my family didn't have any money growing up, and I managed to get a job, and now I own 5 houses. So I think the government should kill poor people. Oh, that's an interesting point of view. Let's go to the panelists and see what they think of that panelist, of that view. Oh, yeah. We should just kill the poor people. That's BBC question time. There you go. Good summary. What's your guys' general idea of a young voter? Because I myself am 18. Oh, you don't want to be 18. And I want to see what you guys think. Well, I mean, if you're British and 18, my advice would be to try and leave the country. I'm not even joking. Like, if you were 18 in the UK now, unless you have like if your parents are really wealthy, and your entire family owns property, or you live in like a wealthy area, generally speaking, you'd be much better off leaving the country, especially if you're like a skilled worker. You have over the next 15 to 20 years. So even if Labour come into power and turn things around, it will take 15 to 20 years for them to get back to how things kind of were in the 90s. And it'll still be worse because other stuff's changed.
Okay,
so,
let's go.
Whereas I would imagine that, generally speaking, I think like places in Europe, France, Germany, are sort of on an upward trajectory. It makes sense to stay in the UK if you're 18 to 25. You can go study in Germany for free. It makes no sense. Yeah. And then also the value of an EU passport if you're 18. If you can get into a European business so that you then have a European passport as someone that's 18. It means that you can effectively then work and live anywhere in Europe, which means if you're in a specific European country that goes to shit, you could then move to another European country if you need to. And you would look a lot better to employers. If you're someone that's come from the UK, left the UK and got work in Europe, it shows that you're probably a bit outgoing. Also, quality of life is so much better in like lots of places I've been in Germany and France. Like the general, not all places obviously. There's bad cities and towns everywhere. There's shitholes everywhere, but the moderately okay towns that I've lived in France or been to in Germany and wherever. They're like the basics, like public transport, healthcare access. I'm not saying it's cheap or particularly affordable, but the general life basics, cleanliness of the streets, general social attitudes, like just bars and clubs and hanging out with friends, those basics are so much higher than the UK, and British people aren't aware of how shit it is because they've only ever lived in the UK. So, like, if you've lived in Europe for a while, it's like you only stay in the UK because you're mental, basically. And you hate yourself. And again, other countries aren't perfect, don't get me wrong. Like, and every country's got stupid things about it. There are good things about the UK. I'd say specifically, if you are self-employed in the UK or you're trying to start a business, the tax system and stuff isn't as like mental as like Germany and that kind of thing. But and there are various like R&D incentives, and there's a whole bunch of stuff. They'll exist in other countries as well, but there are aspects of the UK that are nice. If you happen to find a well-paying job in a cheaper area in the UK, could be great. But in general, I think you're probably on average better off trying to leave the UK. But Piers Morgan just says whatever is the sort of populist viewpoint and then shouts over his guests. Adam, my mum lives in Germany. She said that if she loses a job, the government would pay her rent, $500 a month. Yeah, they do that for up to 4 months, or is it 7 months? There's like a period of it. Hell Knight. Your sis is currently self-employed. They're just about to take a new job for security. Where's that? Cheltenham. The problem is, so that's a myth though. Like, I don't know about your sister's situation. Maybe for her it is more security, but so this was something that's changed massively historically. It used to be that if you got a job in a big company, you would have like some form of security that would come from having a good job, whereas that's not the case anymore. So
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Amigo, thank you very much for subscribing with the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Thanks for supporting us, man. Yeah, like you can get sacked so randomly, and then also you have to, if your goal is to progress, like you're trying to do a career, you shouldn't really stay in any one job for more than 4 years. Because you can't get pay rise. It's easier to get a pay rise applying to a different job in another company than it is to stay in the same company. So there's that whole like laborious process of changing bloody company, which is fine if you lived in London or something and the other job's in London. It doesn't really matter necessarily. But if you're like in other places in the UK and you have to keep moving, it's a right ball ache. Yeah, and then so much that used to exist that would provide stability is just gone, and so weirdly being self-employed is actually often more stable than being employed when it shouldn't be at all. Like effectively someone has to be a programmer or like a skilled labourer, engineer, whatever, but they effectively have to operate as if they were actually self-employed anyway, even when they are in a normal employment, because of the lack of security that you have. Whereas they shouldn't have to do that. Like one of the advantages of being employed should be security. To some extent, yeah, it depends on the job, but you know what I mean. AI sandwich. Yeah, it's not bad stitching, is it? You're going to buy a race car, you might as well have some nice stitching. Well, the recent thing about farmers complaining that it's not sustainable and they're no longer getting EU subsidies. Which, in fairness to the farmers, if you come out of the EU and the government did promise stuff, the government should replace those subsidies. But like, it's pretty naive of them to think that the Conservatives would actually have a plan. Like, how many years, like, repeatedly? What? It's really weird. Like, why do people trust the Conservatives when they've never demonstrated being economically competent? Like, they've never demonstrated that once. So it's really weird to trust a Conservative. No, I wouldn't trust any politician generally, but it's particularly weird that they're, through my life, has been this sort of underlying meme, through propaganda, I guess, that Tories are economically responsible, yet there's never been any, ever, example of them being economically responsible. So it's weird. Like from Thatcher onwards, there's no example of them being economically, but growing the economy. Whoa! Well, yeah, they've always effectively been corrupt. No, some have been more economically responsible than others, though. You can't just say no politician's been economically responsible. Yeah, I think they've got worse. I think they're worse. Yeah, I think in the UK, the UK political situation is you're never going to get a political party that's actually doing the right overall thing, but you can have one political party that's less corrupt than another political party. It doesn't even really matter what they stand for or what they're doing. It's just a case of which is the least corrupt. It's probably the best thing to vote for, to be honest. Like, if you had to distill, if you actually say to someone, why would you vote for one thing over another, it's more productive to just say, which is the least corrupt political party? Forget what you want or what's right or wrong. Which is the least corrupt? Take things from there. Don't the Greens have like a ridiculous policy for nuclear power though, where they just flat out deny nuclear power, even though it's probably one of the better options for the next 50 years? Nice chat. I mean, my streams are always good. I don't know what you mean. my streams are always amazing. It's what you get when you have really hot women watching sim racing. Wouldn't it be funny if the Greens were actually like really passionate polluters, and they're like ultra Tories? They're like the ultimate liars, and they've used the green thing as a cover, as a long con, but it actually turns out that they're really passionate about just burning fossil fuels and everything, and they're hoping that one day they'll be able to get in, and then they'll just start building coal power plants everywhere. Just on every street would just be a coal power plant, even where it's not needed. Oh, you shithead. Ah, well, we're not catching the leader now. It's been punted. Thanks, AI. Man, the AI in this will pit you. Any opportunity. I mean, I genuinely think, though, I should be the Prime Minister, and my policy of a DD wheel for everyone is perfect. They can be like the BBC Micro, but DD wheels. We have a British company making servo motors, and then every British child will effectively be Max Verstappen, and then we can take over motorsport, and then use that as part of the deal. You then have to be you have to promote democratic socialism through Formula One. So that's how you break the system down from the inside. That's how our party beats the system. Active pedals are optional upgrade. They're subsidised. Also, as part of my election mandate, we'd bring BTCC would be a mixture of 90s BTCC cars. And also 2004 Formula One cars would be the spec, and that would be BTCC. So it'd be 90s, like 90s BTCC touring cars and what have you, as the support race, and then 2000s Formula One cars as the lead race, and that'd be the national sport. Yeah, force feedback. We'd have a nationally produced force feedback joystick, and also yeah. We'd have we'd invest heavily in the games industry instead of we'd give loads of tax incentives for games companies so they don't all have to go to America. And that's how we'd turn Britain into the ultimate entertainment economy. It's all thought out. Yes. Look, you have to try and beat me, don't you? That's what it is. You have to get 100% Steam achievements, and if your name, if it's not me, it doesn't count. Deal with it. Would I ban pensioners from shop? No, pensioners need to go to. Where else are they going to go? I'd ban tourists from London. Like, I would make it so that if you're walking in the streets in London, you have to walk on the correct side of the pavement. So if you're a tourist, the pavements will have a line on it, and one side of the pavement will be for local people that can walk at a decent pace, and the other side of the pavement will be for tourists. And if you walk into the fast thing as a tourist, you get the death penalty. You get 3 warnings, and on the after the third one, so the 4th time you break the rule, a drone comes and drops a grenade on you. So, you know, it'd only take a few deaths before people paid attention to the rules. Oh, we'd have a rule. We'd have a cinema rule where all towns would have a nice cinema with a nice ultra-wide screen and everything, really good seating. If you are noisy in the cinema, death penalty. If you are a parent with noisy children in the cinema, death penalty. If you litter, death penalty. What else are we having? There will be times where you can have noise. There will be children's cinemas that you can take. You can take your children to where people can be noisy. They're specifically designed cinemas, but we'd also have gyms. Which
3, 2,
oh, hello.
1,
Thank you.
go.
Gamer Muscle Political Party Donation.
Thank you. What's that? What currency is that? Is that Romanian? Or is that Croatian? I thought they were on euros now. Thank you very much. Really appreciate the donation there. I don't know how much that is, but thank you either way. I don't really care. Appreciate it. What is a czar? Who uses czars? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I don't know why we accept people being noisy in cinemas. Also, if a cinema themselves, if the image is out of focus, or the audio's too loud, or just set up badly, the cinema owners get the death penalty. You know, we can't be soft on these important things. What else can we do in the state of Gamer Muscle? It's an egalitarian society. Like, it's a humanist society. Everyone's treated the same. Doesn't matter, you know, male, female, gay, straight, trans, whatever. Everyone's treated exactly the same. Everyone's a human. Yeah, I saw Oppenheimer at IMAX Cinema with my parents, and I was like, felt like I'd gone deaf afterwards. It was absurdly loud. Like, I've been to like, you know, like things with like really loud music. It was just the wrong volume for like this. it was just ridiculous. And it was EQ'd, so you couldn't hear what the bloody... Oh, you absolute tit! Oh, my... Oh, for fuck's sake. Twice I've done that. Oh, god damn it. We had good pace here. No, it wasn't the grass, but got punted by the AI again. Yeah, louder than the local discotheque. No, I sometimes listen to music on my in-ear headphones on full volume, and it was louder than that. It's like, well, what is it? They're just deaf people at the local IMAX, and they're trying to vibrate them or something. Yeah, what else do we need to enforce? Oh, takeout tea and coffee will be a good price. All transport will have complimentary tea and coffee and complimentary biscuits. We'll have a national rail service that's basically free to use. Yeah, supermarket loyalty schemes. Well, they don't need to exist. They're illegal. Supermarkets will always sell all products at what like a good price, and the price of products will simply be like products where there's surplus of products will be reduced. Like the pricing is based on the supply and demand of the product, not bullshit, whatever. Do you know what I mean? So like. Yeah, so that would be a big thing. Like, bloody having to scan your loyalty card. It's just a choice. I don't care. I'm going to buy the same food all the time. I'm going to buy, like, porridge, bananas, oranges, vegetables, chicken. Like, I'm always buying the same food. I'm not going to change my food eating habits based off stupid pricing bollocks. I'm going to be, like, eating what is healthy. And, you know, that's it. Oh, you absolute arse. Like, you... Even Lidl has a stupid, bloody, card thing. And they try to give you cookies and things for free. And I don't want them because I don't want to be fat anymore. Jesus Christ. Oh, if two AI tried to pit maneuver you, it balances itself out. I might accidentally push it the one time I'm winning. It's too risky. That's like binding an eject button on your wheel. Oh, well, Costco's American, isn't it? Americans do unhealthy food the best. Is it, have we got any viewers that live in the northeast, like Newcastle? Is stuff still like, I'm sure prices have gone up, but like when I lived up north, it was well cheap compared to London area. So, how much is like a 4 pints of milk in Newcastle? But how much is a local cinema, like a cinema ticket? Like, How much is a pint of beer? Anybody in Newcastle know these things? Canny price. Why are you, man? Howie. Nee bother. For free. But for some reason we use pints arbitrarily in the UK. Just for shits and giggles.
The pace car is out of control.
Well, that's true. I used to remember when I'd go around in Newcastle and there'd be like girls wearing like nothing and it'd be like -2 degrees outside and they're in like a bra. some underpants or something. Yeah. That's really weird. I don't know why that was like that in Newcastle. iRacing offers pints of uncontrollable oversteer and understeer thanks to their tyre model. ACC offers 200 millilitres. We Northerners can look classy and sophisticated until we start speaking. To be honest, the people I see, like you know, when you go through like in London, what's the train station? Liverpool Street. Oh, there's so many banker wankers in that area and wine bars. It's just absolutely full of banker wankers. Pink shirts. you know what it is. You can picture it in your head. Yeah, pink shirt, suit. Andrew Levy. Yeah, there you go. No, he's not in Liverpool Street. He's in the Shard. He's in London City, or is it London Bridge? Banker wanker. You know what they're like the way they talk as well. This is where my prejudices lie. This is where I'm prejudiced. If I shouldn't judge people based off how they dress and how they talk, but bloody hell, Liverpool Street, you're just walking along and you have all these like wanky wine bars with people drinking pretentious drinks. Oh my goodness. Like, I don't mind people drinking nice drinks. It's all the pretentious shit surrounding it, and they love it. They absolutely don't. I don't think they see it as pretentious. They like it's not the drink that's pretentious. It's the way they decant the drink, or they have like a bullshit bar with like loads of like embellishments on it, and then they'll have like the glasses will be like over the top big glasses, and then they'll pour it from a annoyingly high height, like just stupid shit like that. It really drives me mental. Like people pouring drinks from too high. That really winds me up. There's a suitable height to pour a drink, and you know when someone's pouring a drink from too, like, there's an excessive height of pouring. It's like, well, what are you trying to create? A waterfall? Like, why does that make it better? Annoyingly high pourers. You know exactly what I'm talking about. That's death penalty. If you pour a drink from above 30 centimeters, a drone comes and detonates into your forehead. Height of classic, yeah. Oh, jeez. altitude affects the taste. Ironically, if it's a fizzy drink and you pour it from a high height, it's going to like aerate it. It'll probably make it worse or remove the fizz. People pouring wine pretentiously and leaning and doing all that shit. Oh my god. Drinks, specifically, embellishing drinks is one of the most annoying things that exists. Yeah. I actually pour... Andrew Levy has to go to the top floor of his house to pour his drink from a wine bottle. He puts a cup on the floor in the front of his house, and then he goes to the loft, climbs onto the roof, and then pours it from the roof. Ah, dear. Shit like that. He never misses. He's been doing it for years. That's why they built the shard so tall, so they can pour drinks from the top of it. That's why tall buildings exist, so the banker wankers can pour drinks from even higher heights. They actually launched the International Space Station to pour drinks from it, but the banker wankers are so dumb that they didn't account for the lack of gravity. So now there's all this champagne floating around in space, and they've got to wait for it to deorbit. Oh, you know what? Banker wankers, when you're on a train, especially if you're on a commuter train, and they're like talking on their phone really loud about business shit that you know is not even like... They are talking really loud because they want people on the train to hear that they're doing such big business deals, and you can hear the conversation, and you can hear that it's a completely shit conversation. And they're not even doing that spectacular business deals. Like, it's what they think is a lot of money or like a really important thing. But actually, it's not really on the grand scheme of like stuff in general. But they want people to think that they're like, oh my god, death penalty for all of them. Drone attack. Right, you got me started on this, guys. You know exactly what I'm talking about, though. These are the worst people in society. Did I get turned down from a bank job? Look, I may have found it hard to get a bank loan for the first business that I did, and since then I've hated all bankers. Andrew Levy, what about men that wear shorts in any weather? Oh no, that's alright. No, I like shorts. Nothing wrong with wearing shorts. Oh. 4 laps here. What's the gap? 2.4 seconds. Yeah, no, it's shorts are actually alright when it's cold. If you're wearing like decent socks and other like thermal underwear and stuff, it's actually quite nice. That's why like kilts and stuff work. Don't be dissing shorts. Don't try and hide your banker wankery by trying to distract everyone with shorts. It's not even in the same ballpark. Oh, focus on those guys in shorts, said the banker that's just subjected another 1,000 people to poverty for the rest of their lives. It's the people in shorts. Oh, Christ, 2.3 seconds. .9. Oh man, I'm sending it. Almost a second up on the Delta here. I mean, we're a second up on pace. We've got to be really careful with the curbing. It's going to be close. Yeah, it's really nice weather. .8. We should just do this hopefully. Oh, full send into that. Weirdly, I know quite a few, like, because I kayak a lot, I bump into people with small boats. They're not yachts, but they're a lot of people that own small boats are actually really nice. Not dickheads, you know, just nice people. Like, they basically decided to have a much smaller house or, you know, basic car and stuff, and then got a small boat. I mean, boats are pretty awesome. Let's be honest. Yeah, man and the people with his own boating, mates. No, I'm normally stealing their wake when they go down the river. I try and surf the wake, so it saves me paddling. And I get them to open the canal locks for me, and I sneak in. So I basically just use them. Oh, bloody hell. Staying in front of us. Exactly. I get to breathe in their diesel fumes as well, which is good. The graphics look really nice on this track. Like, you wouldn't... This looks like a next-gen game. Like the shadows and just how sharp it is. Perfect frame rate. Oh, you! Oh, fuck you! Where's he gone? He driven off. Oh! Are you kidding? Right, I'm cutting the corner. He just turned into me. Right, here we go. Oh, he's still beating me! Are you joking? Oh, my tires are gone. The AI. Ah, my tires have gone. We have to do that whole race again. Oh wow! Right. I've saved this race for tomorrow. I can't take any more today. I've been completitativoed. It's all right. We'll do it tomorrow. Because I thought normally it DQ, like it breaks their car, but not mine. Bloody hell! I can't believe that was on the last after catching him. Right, let's update where we're at with everything. %. 70%. That's not bad. That's progress. Beautiful. Absolutely. What a progress through it. We'll have a. We'll see what the Steam achievements are on as well. Let's have a look. Appreciate everyone that's supported us and watched and donated and everything. Thank you guys. Oh, Counter-Strike's had an update. It's been a nice chill stream today. We've made good progress. How do you see your Steam achievements? So find the. Oh, here we go. 466. 466 of 709 achievements. 66% of the achievements have been done. Oh dear. I did die. What's their wait, what's their name? Well, we'll update it tomorrow. Thanks, guys. We need to raid someone. I'll see you guys soon. Hopefully, we'll continue. But that was good fun. We have a nice afternoon, guys, and many AI murdered. Who's on? We've got Corey Coyote. Let's raid him. He was in our chat earlier. We're sending you off to Furryland, guys. Off to Furryland. Enjoy the furry time. You might learn something about furries. Yeah, thanks for watching. Really appreciate it. Have a good one. I will see you all soon. We're about to learn about furriness. It might be too much for some of you, but that's how it is. Bye. 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 Bye.
Hello? Hello? We have contracted. Oh my